everyone. Welcome back, one and all, to a new episode of Chasing Labels. Thank you all for being here, whether you're listening on the audio podcast side of it all, or whether you're watching here on the live stream on YouTube, or whether you're watching here on the replay in the future. Any way we can get support, we will take it. So that, like I said, thank you all for joining me. This is episode number 187. I am your host, Andrew Cabral. A bit of a different setup this week for those of you who are returning customers here. I have the front-facing camera as opposed to the side-facing camera, and the reason be for that is I'm joined here this week for a special co-host, special guest. I don't know how he wants to be labeled. I'll let him leave that up to you guys. Our friend Dustin Putman is here, and he will be joining me to get into all of the announcements that have come around in the last 2 weeks or so. For those of you who are new to this channel, are new to this podcast, this show, we'll be going over several of the announcements in the world of boutique label home video from the last 2 weeks or so. Stuff that I'm interested in, stuff that you may be interested in. We shall see. So, without further ado, my guest, Dustin Putman. Hello, Dustin. Excuse me while I change the setting. Here you are.
Hello. How are you doing tonight?
Doing good, doing good. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for joining me. So it's not just me talking into the void for 3 to 4 hours on a Monday evening. I got somebody to bounce my crazy ideas off of.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, I don't know if I ever told you this, but I first heard about Chasing Labels. I discovered it through the podcast. And, you know, I would listen to it while I was at work. And that was even before I discovered the YouTube side of it. But being such a physical media fan, I immediately really connected to it and really enjoyed it. So it's sort of really cool to be on it finally.
Oh, yeah. So, but you've been on a couple of our previous or current shows, actually. I believe you were on an episode of On Watch Pile. You've been a contestant on Movie Mutations as well. Yep. So, with for those of you for people who don't know you, what else do you do outside of this little space here?
Well, yeah, I've been a film critic I've written as a film critic for over 20 years. I have a website, thefilmfile.com. I've written a book called The Fright File. That's sort of a compilation of 150 essays for different horror films. I love all types of movies, obviously. I review all types of movies, but the horror genre is my favorite, so I often focus on that. And yeah, I've been on other shows. I've been on The Disconnected with Ryan several times. And, I've been on with you all for Movie Mutations. So that's cool.
This is kind of the first time in a long time we've had a guest here doing the Chasing Label show specifically. And it's no prejudice to anyone else out there or to even Dustin himself. It's just like it's for those of you who have been listening and watching, it's a lengthy show. It's a lot to ask someone to come on and do because there's kind of a lot of work that goes into it, or homework really. And let's face it, if you're not in school, who really wants to do homework? But luckily enough, Dustin was willing to watch some movies, keep track of the announcements that have been over the last 2 weeks or so, and to really get invested in it, because that's kind of what you have to do if you want to do this show the way we do it specifically here. And it's interesting that Dustin mentions that he discovered it through the audio version, because for the first couple of years, all we did was do the audio version. There wasn't a video component to it. I think until about 3 years ago now, I want to say, maybe 2023, we started doing the whole live stream video aspect to it, which I think works pretty well considering that, it's physical media. It's a physical visual thing. I've got movies behind me. I show off some movies during the show, and that really works. But I know a lot of people still listening to it on the audio version, which is fine. I try to make myself aware that there's an audio audience. You know what I mean? So I have to describe things as if they can't see what I'm showing off here sometimes. But like I said, thank you for showing me. Thank you all for watching and listening. Before we get into what we will be getting into here on Chasing Labels, like we usually do with the boutique label stuff, a couple of housekeeping things to go over here for stuff going on here. last night we did our episode of the Unwatched Pile, which we had not one but two guests on, and it was a really, really great episode. We went over several movies. We talked about Blood for Dracula. We talked about John Cassavetes' Love Streams. We talked about Ham and Rye, which is a super indie film, super low budget indie film. And I forgot the movie Steven talked about. Oh, he talked about Ballad of Narayama, the Ishiro. Oh, I forgot the director's name. I'll probably remember it later on. But anywho, it's a Japanese film from the early '80s, and we talked about all that plus things that we paired it with. And yeah, it was a fun time. We will be doing that show now twice a month. So the next episode will be April 11th of that. So coming up sooner than we think. And also, I do want to mention once again that Chasing Labels there will be another episode this coming Monday on the 6th, April 6th, and we'll probably be talking about mostly the Vinegar Syndrome and partner label stuff because that's dropping this Wednesday, and that's always a big bulk of an episode. So it's nice to get to talk about that kind of perhaps by itself, and plus a couple other things that may get announced along the way this week. So without further ado, there are a few things I want to show off that I picked up recently, but I do want to hand it over to my guest here because I think he also has a few things that he would like to show up that are recent additions to his collection. Dustin, take it away.
Yeah, sure. I'll start with I just picked out like a smattering of things that I've got because we would be here all night if I talked about everything I've recently gotten. But I did want to highlight, starting with two that I haven't watched yet, but I'm really looking forward to. So first of all is Badge 373. This is the new Cinematograph release. And when Cinematograph was announced, I started collecting them, and I'm at the point now where I just have to have them.
I feel you. That's the madness of a collector. When you collect a specific line that has numberings to it as well, that just drives me. I got to get them all. I feel you.
But yeah, so this one is I haven't watched it yet, but I think you talked about it a few weeks ago.
I did,
mentioning that it's based on I believe is it an LAPD cop or detective, and it's the same one that The French Connection was based on. They're very similar. Or was it NYPD? I can't remember. But anyway, I'm looking forward to it. And then the other one that I haven't gotten to watch yet, but it's from Music Box Films. It's the Zodiac Killer Project. And this is fascinating to me. It's a documentary. It's not a conventional, from what I've heard, it's not a conventional true crime documentary. The director started out filming what he intended to be a sort of deep dive into the Zodiac Killer in San Francisco. And I guess he ran into issues while he was making it, and he sort of turned it into more of a look into sort of the true crime fad itself. And so it sounds very unique, and I know that it won one of the documentary awards at Sundance last year, where it premiered, I believe for like originality or something. So I'm really looking forward to checking this one out. And then some of the ones that I have seen that I'm a big fan of. So I was so excited that one of the Vinegar Syndrome partner labels, Glass Eye Pix, just released The Roost. And this is the 2005 Ty West film. This was his debut feature. I love this movie. I've been a huge fan of this since it came out. It's fascinating. It's super low budget, but it's so inventive. And I mean, you could tell that Ty West was such a talented filmmaker right from the beginning, just in just his filmmaking, the way that the camera work is, and really doing a whole lot with basically one set. It's set basically in a barn. These groups of, I believe they're like young 20-somethings it's Halloween night, of course, and they have car trouble, and they go to get help at this nearby farm, and it's completely deserted, and there's a barn right next to the farm, and there are bats inside of it. And I won't give anything away, but there's definitely some twists that come with it. It's not just like a creature feature, but um it's more than that, and it's very, very well done.
Nice. Yeah, obviously people know Ty West now from doing you know, um, the X trilogy, I guess you could say. And they've been releasing his early stuff from a few partner labels have been doing it. And I know House of the Devil is another big one that people really like. That was another early Ty West film. I remember watching that years ago on Netflix, and it being like it was like I was watching him do a student film. And of course, his movie The Innkeepers just got a deluxe second sight release as well. Remember that movie being a big hit when it came out back in 2011.
And I can't remember if it was also Glass Eye Pix, but they recently put out Trigger Man as well.
Yeah, that's the movie. I was actually just looking for that. That's the movie. Yeah, the one from 2007. And
Yeah.
I think that was the one he did after that, right? Where
Yes.
it's these three friends are basically like in the woods, and someone starts shooting at them, and all chaos breaks out. That's kind of the premise of the movie.
Yeah, I was a big fan of that one as well.
Yeah.
So,
So anything else, Dustin?
did you want to like do some yourself?
Yeah, a couple myself. A couple things I picked up recently, coincidentally, from Shout Factory, who we'll be talking about very, very, very soon because they dropped their slate today. But their stuff's been on sale pretty much everywhere for the last several months, including Amazon on like absurdly low prices, kind of like a liquidation sale, one could say, if you've been keeping up with their news. But I got the movie The Blue Dahlia, which is a film noir starring Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake and William Bendix. Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake, I think, are fantastic in this movie. I'm a big fan of Veronica Lake in general. Um, she was an actress who had such a distinct look for that era, such a distinct presence on screen, a femme fatale presence, um, the classic wavy hair, mysterious type of woman. And they put out a couple of these, like The Glass Key was another one from that era that was that they put out on Blu-ray. And the one I was missing was The Blue Dahlia, and it was on sale for like under $10. So I'm like, I'm not going to pass up on this now. And then another movie I got, which is a Joseph Losey film, and over the last several years, I've been getting into Joseph Losey's work, who did The Servant as well as several other movies. But he did this movie with Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton called Boom, which is, I guess, notorious for not being very good. But it's Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton. I'm a big fan of Elizabeth Taylor. Like, she's one of the actresses that I want all of her films. Like, it's one of my like collecting quests inside of my collecting overall, where I got to have all of her movies. And a good majority of the reason why I bought this has a commentary by John Waters. And I'm like, I've got to get it just because it has a commentary by John Waters. That's worth $10 to me, at least. And yeah, so I decided to pick this up. I think it has inner artwork here where it's got Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton. It's a movie I have not seen, but I've heard of people talk about it for years and years. And I'm like, I gotta see it. I gotta see it. But I've got some more. But Dustin, I'll hand it back over to you.
Oh, okay. So next I was so happy that Criterion recently put out Testament.
Oh, yes.
So this is a 1983 film. It stars who directed it? Lynn Littman, I think.
Yes.
It stars Jane Alexander, and it basically follows this family living in California. It's, mother, father, and 3 children, and basically it's about a nuclear disaster that occurs, and basically the radiation fallout afterwards, and how it affects this community and how it affects the family. And it's one of the I don't think I'm really overselling it to say it's one of the more haunting films I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, there were a lot of those movies from that time period that kind of played on the threat of nuclear holocaust, essentially.
Exactly.
There's Threads, there's what is it The Day After? Yeah. I almost said The Day After Tomorrow. Completely different movie. Completely different threat.
But yeah, it's excellent. Yeah, I can't recommend it highly enough. It's definitely not, a happy movie. It definitely you have to be in a certain mood for it. But it's just fantastic filmmaking all around. And then just a couple more. So I was really happy also that Vinegar Syndrome just put out Cindy Sherman's Office Killer.
Oh yeah.
And this is a really good addition. It's got a booklet with it with some essays. It's got lots of special features, including a 20-minute interview with the director, Cindy Sherman, and Molly Ringwald, who's one of the co-stars in it. And there's another interview with Jean Triplehorn, who's also in the film. But it's from 1997, and it's sort of a very dark comedy in a way, but also almost so dark that it's not really funny.
It gets darker and darker as it goes along, to the point where, like, should I be laughing or should I be frightened?
Exactly.
Mm.
Yeah. It stars Carol Kane, who, I love in anything. And this was definitely a different type of role for her. And she sort of plays this sort of, introverted, sort of underappreciated office worker, and an accident occurs and somebody dies at the office, and it sort of leads to basically her becoming a serial killer in the office. But it's done in it's very creepy. It has lots of great imagery, which isn't surprising because the director, Cindy Sherman, this was her only film that she made, but she's a really famous photographer. And I feel like a lot of the imagery in the film is similar to a lot of her work in that space. So yeah, this one, I've always been a big fan of Office Killer.
Nice. Yeah, I remember I talked about that when it was announced, and I think maybe at the time I compared Carol Kane's character to Norman Bates, because it felt very similar.
Yeah.
There's a whole, like, mother relationship there that's like Norman and Norma Bates type of stuff going on. And that probably is like a contributor to her psychosis that gets worse and worse as the movie goes along. I was surprised who they were able to get for special features for that, to get like new interviews with Molly Ringwald and Jean Triplehorn. I'm just pleasantly surprised that they would be willing to talk about this obscure movie from the 90s that they were both in.
The only thing we needed was Carol Kane to be involved. But
I'm very surprised they couldn't get Carol Kane. Like, I feel like she would be all gung ho for it, but she's still acting, so she must have been busy.
Oh yeah. I would love to hear what she has to say about her experience working on this film, just because it's such a different type of character for her.
Yes. Yes, it is.
And then, okay, just a couple more. So then I've got from Deaf Crocodile. I was so excited that this was just released. It's the Dead Mountaineers Hotel. Have you seen this one?
I have seen it. I watched it when it was to talk about when it was announced. I kept thinking that it felt so much like The Shining. Like, I just had that image in my head the whole time. This isolated, cold, like, weird, surreal hotel place. But yeah, you talk about it, because you obviously you really liked it as well.
Yeah, I would say like the Shining meets sort of like Argento in a way. It's fascinating. I mean, the production design, the cinematography. It's set at this hotel. It was filmed at the time, the Soviet Union, in I believe 1973. I could be wrong on that, but early 70s. And it's about an investigator coming and getting involved in there's a murder that occurs there. There's some science fiction sort of suggestions towards the end that really take it in a unique direction. I just think it's visually stunning. You could just, even if you're like not that interested in the story, you could just watch the frames and still be entertained by it, I believe. Yeah. And so, yeah, I was really happy to finally see that. I had heard so much about it in, the past years, and it was really hard to find. So this is really one of its first proper, I guess, physical media releases, especially in the US. So and it's a 4K transfer. It's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it basically looks like it could have been filmed last year.
Nice.
It's very nice.
I could definitely say that probably the version I saw of it was not at the most pristine version of the movie, because like I said, it's been probably been floating around in less than reputable condition over the years.
Oh, and one other thing I'll say is that one of the special features is a visual essay that's really well done, that has Ryan Verrill from Disconnected and Dr. Will Dodson, and that's definitely worth watching as well if you get this set.
Nice.
And then finally, I just wanted to highlight, these are the last two, the latest two indicator releases. So we've got Dead Kids, and this is from 1981. It's both of these movies that I'm going to be talking about are Australian films from 1981. And this one it's a slasher film, very much what you would sort of expect from the early 80s period of slashers, but also has some plot points involving like dreams and sleep and things like that, and it predates Nightmare on Elm Street, so that's sort of interesting. And it has a really I forgot to look it up, so I can't remember who it is, but the killer wears the mask of somebody, and it's very creepy. It's like a known actor. I can't remember who it is, but it's very creepy and has a really good soundtrack too. I was surprised by. So I really like this one. And then the last one I wanted to talk about, and I actually just rewatched this last night, it's The Survivor. And again, like I had said, this one is also from 1981. This is about a tragic airliner disaster that occurs, and all 300 people on board are killed except for one pilot, who basically walks away unscathed. And it sort of follows him, as the investigators are, looking into what caused this plane crash. He also starts sort of his own investigation as well, and discovers some very strange things that are occurring. And there's some I don't want to give too much away, because
there's a mystery in there. I wouldn't give it away.
Yeah. But it's so atmospheric, and that's what I love about it the most. It's gorgeously shot. The practical effects, I believe, on one of the special features that I was watching yesterday, they were saying that at the time the airplane crash sequence itself was one of the biggest special effects sequences that Australia had ever done in any of their films in the country by that point. It's stunning, like how they did it, especially in the pre-CGI era.
Yeah, and I believe this was done because you mentioned 1981. This is kind of at the time where Australian film was going through like a renaissance. I think it was like their Ozploitation type of era, or where, of course, that was the era where we got Mad Max, and of course we would get the Road Warrior, and then there was a bunch of stuff happening in the 70s and 80s in Australia. I think we'll be talking about another Australian movie. I think it's from around that time, Wake and Fright. Well, I think we'll be talking about that later. I think that's from that era. And yeah, so Australia was on the rise, and a lot of labels that we've been following over the years are putting out more Australian films. Obviously, we've been covering Australian labels with Imprint and Umbrella. They put out stuff from, obviously, but Indicator is getting in the Australian movie game as well. They put out a few. Really cool. So is that all that you've got?
Yep, that's all I've got.
Okay, so I've got a couple myself. I'll go over these pretty quickly. This one here is actually, I'm cheating because it's a TV thing, but sometimes I sneak a TV thing in there just to change things up. But this came out last year because it was the 75th anniversary of the Peanuts last year. Charlie Brown, Snoopy, Linus, all of that, and Warner Brothers put out I guess you could say a box set, 5-disc box set of Ultimate TV Specials Collection, and there's 40 of the TV specials of the Peanuts from the last, all the way from the Christmas special back in the mid '60s, all the way up, I think, through the most recent stuff. And yeah, this was something I've been wanting to collect myself over the years. But the way in which you had to collect all of these, you had to literally go and find the random DVDs they would be on, the random Blu-rays they would be on, and then you had to kind of piecemeal your collection together yourself. Sometimes you had to rebuy stuff just to get something that you didn't have that you wanted to get in order to get some semblance of a complete collection of Peanut specials from the last, several decades. And I know this isn't a perfect set. From what I was reading, there's some issues with it, with some of these specials not getting the full remasterings that they needed to get. But the fact that they're just all here together, or many of them are here together, is enough for me. As a Peanuts fan, I don't mind rebuying these over and over again. Heck, they put out the main specials, Christmas, Thanksgiving, and Halloween so many times. They put them out on VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, 4K. I mean, they're even included in here. So I'm owning them for like a third or fourth time, and I don't mind. This is something that's been near and dear to my heart since I was a little kid. I have a lot of the comic books as well in my collection, and it's always been something near and dear to me. So recently, this was on sale. I decided to get it. A couple of yeah.
The fact that they're all compiled together in one set, I think that's pretty special. And yeah, I feel like if you're a fan of the Peanuts, because I got this as well. If you're a fan of the Peanuts, I feel like it's a terrific set.
It really is, and you do get a booklet in here that tells you all the different specials as well as the dates in which they aired. And I'm a chronology, I guess, aficionado. I like things that are in order, like by date. You know what I mean? That's the way I have a Stephen King section in my my book collection, and I'm organizing it by like when the books came out. Like that's how I'm
do that with my Stephen Kings as well.
Yeah, and I have a whole let's just say the shelves are filling up because he did so many. But this little booklet here, while it's just nice to get a booklet in some mainstream thing. Like it's got like Snoopy's Reunion came out in 1991. That's something straight from my childhood, where you get to meet Snoopy and his family, and they have a band. Of course they do. Why not? But yeah, it's got so many specials and so many things. I just got this the other day, so I'll be diving into it rather soon. But a couple of other things. Actually, one more thing I got that's from my childhood as well is I talked about this on Chasing Labels. I said I was gonna get it. Beethoven on Blu-ray. This is a Blu-ray re-release. This has come out already several years ago, but this actually has not one but two audio commentaries. So someone wanted to talk about Beethoven as much as I did, clearly. Yet again, something from my childhood. This came out in 1992. I was 5 years old. I had it on VHS, and then there were several sequels, but the one that I paid attention to the most was Beethoven Second, because in Beethoven Second, Beethoven has a litter of puppies, and it's like puppies, and it's a whole thing that if you're an impressionable child and you love dogs at the time, those movies were centered towards you. And some actors in here that you'll recognize, like Charles Grodin, whose name they put up here at the top. Was that Bonnie Hunt that played his wife?
Yeah.
Yes. I think this was written, but it says it was written by John Hughes. That makes a lot of sense. It's such a great family comedy from the early 90s that I adored. And it was part of this lexicon of movies that had to deal with animals, specifically dogs, like Homeward Bound, then the Homeward Bound 2, and then of course there were animated movies with dogs like All Dogs Go to Heaven, and then like Oliver and Company, and all kinds of stuff. But anywho, if you were a 90s kid like myself, you were inundated with a lot of stuff like this that definitely influenced you and your love of dogs. Maybe perhaps not. Maybe you just look at the Saint Bernard and we're not interested. My favorite part of this movie is when they decide what his name is, and they start playing Beethoven on the piano, and then the Beethoven music starts. I remember that. This would be a fun trip.
I definitely remember watching that quite a lot on VHS back in the day.
Yeah, it was regular rotation in my house. Me and my brother, who ironically was born in 1992. watch that movie a lot. But switching up gears here to not a family comedy, Guillermo del Toro's Mimic got a 4K release from Kino recently. This was announced, and we talked about it on Chasing Labels. This was announced in 2023 that this was coming, and it finally made it finally came out last month. I think it was last month. It's either last month or this month. And yeah, here it is. It's Guillermo del Toro's Mimic. It's his horror movie from 1997. There's two cuts of the film on here. There's the theatrical cut. There's the director's cut. There's two audio commentaries as well. One by Del Toro on the director's cut. This movie had an interesting making of behind the scenes stuff going on. I think the studio meddled with it a bit. Guillermo del Toro was going through a lot of personal stuff in his life at the time. I think this was around the time his father was kidnapped by the Mexican cartel and held for ransom. So a lot of turmoil around this movie from Del Toro. But I've seen many people talk about this movie over the years. I've seen it. There were a couple of sequels too that I've not seen, and I don't really hear a lot of people talk about those too much. And here is a movie switching up the genre again. Pride and Prejudice, the Joe Wright, I believe it's directed by Joe Wright, because he loved his period pieces with Keira Knightley. Yep, Joe Wright, Keira Knightley. This is based off of the Jane Austen novel of the same name, which I actually just finished reading for the first time last week. So there you go. Came hand in hand. And this is, I've seen so many clips from this movie over the years. I've actually never seen it. It's kind of an embarrassment because the movie's like 20 years old now. And I've never seen it. The reason being is I always wanted to buy it and watch it on Blu-ray. And it was in bargain bins over the years, and I never bought it. It's been cheap, and I never bought it. And then the 4K was announced recently, and I'm like, now's the time. Now is the time. And yeah, I've always liked Joe Wright's films. I know a couple of his movies people aren't a big fans of, like the movie Pan he did with Hugh Jackman. People are not a big fan of that. But his period piece stuff, that's kind of his jam. That's really where he strives very, very well in. So Pride and Prejudice on 4K, really nice. I got some bigger things here that I'm probably save for something a little more, review for later because they're really nice. Ladies and Gentlemen, The Fabulous Stains, put out by Fun City Editions. I didn't realize how massive this edition was. Their first 4K release, and they kind of went full tilt boogie on it. They went all out on this. And I talked about this movie several years ago because I think Imprint had put it out early on in Chasing Labels lore. But this is going to be a nice revisit for me. And also, I picked up the Radiance release, but it's from their Imprint transmission of The Stuntman, starring Peter O'Toole. This is a really nice edition. This, along with Night of the Juggler, are two really nice deluxe releases. And they just came out with one recently, and I just saw Steven post about it on Instagram, and my mind is completely blanking on the name of it. Ironically, it's probably in one of my carts on various websites that sell movies at this point. But Peter O'Toole is in this movie. Steve Railsback, Barbara Hershey is in it. And this is one of those movies that features, it's like movie making within a movie, which is fascinating to me. Steve Railsback plays a stuntman, hence the title of the movie, a stuntman. Peter O'Toole is the director of the movie. He's kind of a madman. But Peter O'Toole, for me, is one of the greatest actors of all time. Like, he's so good in everything I've seen him in. But yeah, that's The Stuntman, put out by Radiance through their transmission imprint. And Steven actually recently did an interview with the person who runs the imprint of transmission over at Radiance. So check that out if you haven't already. So yeah, that is it for a little bit of a collection update, a little double collection update with Dustin and I. And now we will get into the information you all came to listen to. And that is the slates for this week. But there is a little bit of a switch up here. We're going to start with something that's not currently in the notes below. I may add them later, and that is the Shout Factory and Scream Factory announcements for June. These just got announced today in the wee hours of the morning. As the dawn light broke, we got a plethora of release announcements from Shout/Scream Factory. And for those of you who thought that they were going away, who thought that they were going to be completely disappearing from the movie release, scene, if you will, that's not the case as of right now, because there is one release in here that firmly says that, hey, keep buying our stuff. And I'll just list these, and we're going to talk about some of the ones that interest us. We won't get into a lot of the deets on all of these, because this was just announced. This was thrown at us all willy-nilly like. So we have the big one, Day of the Dead, getting a 4K release. That's the George A. Romero film from 1985. If you're a horror fan, you know it, and chances are you love it. The Burbs is getting a 4K release upgrade. We have The Money Pit, which is honestly a movie that I really, really love. The Money Pit with Tom Hanks. Two Tom Hanks movies, ironically, are here with Tom Hanks and Shelley Long. It's a great comedy from the 80s, in my opinion. I really like it. We have the movie Them, a little bit of a creature feature from back in the day, from the Warner Brothers back catalog. What Dreams May Come is getting a 4K upgrade. That's a surprise to me. I know that Blu-ray has been around for a while. Bowfinger, another childhood favorite of mine, is getting a 4K upgrade. I've got that Blu-ray around here somewhere. I bought that years ago. I saw that movie in the theater back in the day. That's the movie starring Eddie Murphy as well as Steve Martin. Another movie about movie making as well. Steve Martin is this guy who's super passionate about making a movie, and he's been saving $1 like every single day of his life since he was a kid to make a movie, and he's trying to go around Hollywood to get his movie made. And man, it's damn hard to do it. But there's a cast of characters in that. What a movie! What a movie! And then we have Slithers getting a 4K Blu-ray Steelbook as well. I don't think that's an upgrade. I think they're just taking the 4K and putting it in a Steelbook. There's a Deathstalker triple feature. It's the movies from 1983, 1987, and the new one that just came out last year. Arcane is that Netflix anime series, which we don't really talk about, but this is another fascinating Warner Brothers catalog release here. The Flintstones movie from 1994, another childhood nostalgia trip for myself, starring John Goodman, Elizabeth Perkins, Rick Moranis, and Rosie O'Donnell. Halle Berry's in the film. Isn't Rob Lowe in there as well? Yeah. I saw this in the theater back in 94 when I was a ripe 7 years old. And I'm surprised this is getting a 4K upgrade from, I think they remastered it from the original camera negative. And I know this movie is not looked at fondly. Not looked at fondly.
I feel like you have to be a certain age to really appreciate it.
You had to have been there at the time. I really do. And I actually talk about this movie quite a few times here on Chasing Labels, because people get very critical of adaptations from one medium to another, from TV to movies, from comic book to movies, from book to movies. And I'm like, sometimes that one-to-one adaptation it's not what you think it's going to be. For the Flintstones, this is kind of a one-to-one adaptation, and it's like, yeah, it's that zany, it's that goofy, it's that cartoony. Just watch the cartoon. This is it come to life. I felt that way with Rob Zombie's Monsters movie from a few years ago that people hated, and I'm like, this is the Monsters. This is how goofy they are. Was I the only one who saw the show? It's so like, so the fact that like it's getting a 4K release is kind of fascinating to me. Perfect Blue is getting a 4K Steelbook. They just released a super deluxe 4K release of that. Cloud Atlas is kind of the same type of situation here, where they've already put out the 4K. They're just giving it a Steelbook. The Gray, which is the Liam Neeson fighting wolves in the middle of the mountains movie, that's getting a 4K release. And then Bubba Hotep is getting a 4K re-release Steelbook as well. Yet again, yeah, they've already put that out in 4K, and they're just putting it in a Steelbook. At least that's from what I understand. But Dustin, is there anything here that catches your eye?
Well, I feel like this has to be one of the more stacked months for Shout Factory in quite a while. like, yeah, when you mentioned that they were announced in the very early morning, and I remember getting up this morning, and I just I was scrolling through all of the announcements for them, and I was like, they just keep going on and on. But there are some really cool announcements. Yeah, like you, I very clearly remember seeing the Flintstones in the theater on opening night when it came out, 1994. So I was 12 at the time, and I like how the steel book, it says 4K Stone Book on it.
Nice. I like how it's just a picture of Fred Flintstone's like iconic, striped shirt and tie.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
nice.
I remember like it at the time. It was a year after Jurassic Park had come out, and it's sort of like, now I wouldn't. It's not anywhere near Jurassic Park, and it's very tonally different. But it sort of was like that big movie that kicked off the summer of 1994. It was similar to Jurassic Park in that way, so that's how I always sort of think of it. And so I'm very happy to have that in 4K. And let's see, I'm excited that Them is finally getting a really good 4K release. And What Dreams May Come, that's another one. It's gonna look gorgeous
That's a very visual movie. Yeah, that's the movie with Robin Williams. Very existential movie with Robin Williams.
For it to be a major, big budget studio film, it really goes to some dark places. It has a lot of really existential themes about life and death and the afterlife, and just loss and grief. But the way that the afterlife is sort of visualized in the film, I think it's one of the more imaginative sort of visualizations of it, I think, on film. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that looks in 4K. Money Pit, that's another one that, a just really entertaining, 80s comedy, so much fun to watch. And then I'll say, last thing, this is going to be a shock, especially for just getting done saying that I'm like the big horror person. One of my biggest blind spots is Day of the Dead. I have not.
Oh,
I've seen Night of the Living Dead. I've seen Dawn of the Dead, and I've seen clips of Day of the Dead, but I've never actually sat down and watched it from beginning to end.
so it's interesting that you say that, because some may say that Day of the Dead is the best of the three, and I would, yeah, and I know that's a lot to say. And in that movie, so Day of the Dead has been out for several different versions over the years. Arrow's put out Day of the Dead. I know because I want to say this late 2000s Arrow Blu-ray. This was, well, an older release, I would say. And Shout Factory has put out their edition several years ago from Scream Factory. I know that was a hot item when it came out at the time. And I've seen like every single horror movie collector have that in their collection. Heck, I bought it for a friend for Christmas. I think this past Christmas. I gave it to them.
I have it in my collection. I've just never watched it.
There you go. There you go.
I desperately need to finally watch it on 4K.
Yeah. So over on Groove.com is where you can probably find most of the details for these releases. And I was just looking at like the special features for like what the Flintstones was gonna have, and Flintstones has 2 audio commentaries, which is crazy to me, and a documentary which I think is a making of, plus a couple of other special features too. And an interesting connection for me is that the Flintstones is actually Elizabeth Taylor's last movie. I don't think people realize that she's Wilma's mother in that movie, I believe. And that's her last movie. So technically, I need that movie to complete my Elizabeth Taylor collection. The things you do for your favorites, I guess. But like I said, that's a nostalgia trip for me. I did want to check, at least specifically check out the Day of the Dead special features, or just get a glimpse on as to what they look like. I'm assuming they're the same as the Blu-ray from a few years ago. Like, I'm not sure if they added stuff. Let's see, Day of the Jackal is not the movie I'm looking for. Here it is. The one thing about Groove.com's website, for those of you listening and those of you watching, it's not the easiest thing to navigate. You have to do some searching on your own. But yeah, this is a pretty stacked release. I think it's 4 discs. I did see some pictures of it earlier. I think it's a 4-disc release. And it's got 4K restoration from the Interpositive, presented in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos. Audio commentary. There's 2 audio commentaries. One has, George Romero. Let's see. There's a Legacy of the Dead, the feature-length documentary about the making of the movie. Then there's an interviews with a couple of the actors, the composer, the founder of the George A. Romero Foundation, another actor. You have an interview with the second unit cameraman, Ernest Dickerson. Okay, that's a pretty big name. Interview with filmmaker Tina Romero, Monster Mania, Restoring Day of the Dead. You have a couple of other features here as well. There's a lot to go in this set here. I think it's new cover art as well. And yeah, needless to say, anybody who wants this, I would pre-order this. I think this is going to be a pretty hot seller, pretty hot buy for horror fans in general. Horror fans, I've learned over the years, are some of the biggest physical media collectors. And yeah, so this is going to sell pretty quick. So Day of the Dead is definitely something that I'm also interested in, as well as Dustin is. The Flintstones, pure nostalgia for me. The Money Pit, I have the Blu-ray, and I wanted to check. I don't even remember if that Blu-ray had any special features, because I think it was that the Money Pit Blu-ray, I almost thought was a Best Buy exclusive release for a little while. No, no, it wasn't. But yeah, it was from Universal. It didn't look very good. I remember it getting pretty low reviews on Blu-ray.com. They're not the end-all be-all when it comes to evaluating picture quality, but you get a pretty general sense of the way it looks. Probably that old Blu-ray is probably done from an older master. Dustin, he's not aware of this, but I have a very hot and cold relationship with Universal and their Blu-ray and their 4K releases over the years, because their Blu-rays for the back catalog, some looked amazing, and some you could tell they didn't really care a lot about. Like Jaws looked amazing.
Oh yeah, but I remember when I think it was like the Bourne Identity films came out, and they were highly criticized. Like they were saying that the Blu-rays look better than the 4Ks.
Yeah, and even like I'm thinking of like the older Blu-rays of like The Sting and The Deer Hunter, and Weird Science was notoriously just a bad Blu-ray. And those have all gotten re-released now over the years and look much better in much newer editions. Weird Science has an Arrow edition actually. Both The Sting and Deer Hunter have 4K editions now, and they look much better. But even Back to the Future, their first run on Blu-ray didn't look too great. Even Jurassic Park didn't look too great. And I hear that some of the 4Ks don't look quite as great either, and which is interesting because they just re-released them again in newer editions that have Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos now. Don't get me started on them re-releasing 4Ks already in newer editions, because I'm like, we just started the format already. You know what I mean? It's like, this is crazy.
I will
like
say that newest version of Jurassic Park, that's definitely the best that it's looked.
I bet it does.
Before
I bet
that,
it does look really good. The temptation to rebuy that movie again for like the 5th time is always pretty high. I've had it on VHS. I even have a Laserdisc of it just to have it. I don't even have a Laserdisc player, but it's a cool novelty thing to have. Let's see. I owned it on DVD. I've owned it on Blu-ray. I've owned it on that first 4K that just has the regular HDR, and then now there's like a 6th release that I could possibly get. But yeah, they re-released the first 3, the Jurassic Park, Lost World, and Jurassic Park 3. So if you're interested in getting those, go right ahead. They're brand spanking new. But The Money Pit was also released by Universal back in 2016, and it did not look very good, but I still love that movie. But I did want to check if it had any special features. That's why I was here. It has the making of The Money Pit and a theatrical trailer. Not a lot going on there for it. That was the original release. Now let me check the 4K release, because I think the 4K may have actually something. No, just has the making of and the theatrical trailer. Never mind. Got my hopes up there for a second, but it is a kind of 4K restoration. from the original camera negative and presented in Dolby Vision. So at least from what I gather, it will look better. The Burbs, I think, is kind of an underrated film to this day, in my opinion. I already own the Burbs Blu-ray, so I don't know if I'm going to upgrade right away. They just did a Burbs TV series, which it was so undermarketed. I don't think anybody knows it exists, unfortunately. But yeah, that's kind of it from Shout Factory from a quick little perspective here.
One thing I did want to
Oh.
highlight for on the Day of the Dead, one of the special features, and I believe this might actually be a new feature. It doesn't highlight that it is, but I feel like it is. There's a new audio commentary with author Daniel Kraus, and I don't know if you know who he is, but he wrote the novel Whale Fall, which was a big bestseller several years ago. It's an excellent novel, and the film version of it is coming out this fall from 20th Century Studios. And anyway, he recently released a nonfiction sort of memoir called Partially Devoured: How Night of the Living Dead Saved My Life and Changed the World. So apparently Night of the Living Dead was sort of the formative film from his growing up and sort of impacted where he took his life and what he wanted to do. And so for them to get him for a commentary on Day of the Dead, I'm really fascinated to hear what he has to say about it.
That does sound fascinating. Like I said, people kind of were signaling the death knell of Shout Factory, and I'm like, that release right there doesn't really signal that too much. It just says we still got quality stuff to put out. I'm just looking at the old Blu-ray for them because I wanted to make people aware that them has been released on Blu-ray before, back in 2015, and this was done at the time before Warner Archive is what it is now, where basically it's Warner Brothers putting out all of their back catalog stuff through the Warner Archive line. That's pretty much what they're doing. They used to release a lot of their back catalog through their regular Warner Brothers line. And they would have a couple of Warner Archive releases, but not like it is now. And they put out it was called a special effects box set back then. And this had the movie Them in it, but it had a couple of other films too. Now, whether those movies ever get 4K releases, I have no idea. But it was Son of Kong, Mighty Joe Young, The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, and Them were all in a box set together. And Shout Factory must have made some type of distribution deal with Warner Brothers because, that was put out by Warner Brothers. So I want to make people aware of that. Just because I like a good creature feature from back in the day. You know what I mean? They're campy. Most of them are pretty much B movies, but there's a charm to them, and they're kind of important to film history, in my opinion. Especially like 1950s atomic age stuff. I love those 1950s atomic age sci-fi. Those are all kind of fun to me. Like The Day the Earth Stood Still and all that kind of stuff. But I want to make people aware of that. But yeah, that's pretty much it for Shout Factory. Now we are going to talk about a non-boutique label release. And the reason I'm doing it is for a selfish, special reason. And because it's from a director that I love so much. And that is Peter Bogdanovich's 1976 film, Nickelodeon, is getting a Blu-ray release from Sony. Straight up. Like, they didn't license it out to anybody. I'm surprised they didn't license this out to like Criterion or someone like that, because Criterion already has several Peter Bogdanovich movies. They have The Last Picture Show, they have Purple Paper Moon, and I'm really surprised. But either way, Nickelodeon has not really gotten any type of fair share on physical media. It's a movie that has only really been available on DVD. And by DVD, I mean a double feature DVD from 2003, where the other film is The Last Picture Show. That's kind of that's it. That's it. It hasn't really gotten anything else. And I do want to look up, because on the Blu-ray.com forums, I think they mentioned that the movie, that this release is coming with both the original theatrical cut and then the later director's cut as well of course, I cannot find the page for it on the Blu-ray.com forums. That's why you don't improv these things in the middle of a show, people. And also, looking up Nickelodeon is not going to help. All you're going to get is just pages and pages of Nickelodeon, like 90s Nickelodeon TV shows and stuff like that. So, not helpful. But from what I understand, this is coming with the director's cut, which actually is longer and it's in black and white, which is fascinating to me. Bogdanovich decided to release basically a black and white version of the movie. But Dustin, have you seen the movie? And also, what's your opinion on Peter Bogdanovich in general?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I love Peter Bogdanovich. I have not seen Nickelodeon, but I was looking it up, and if it does include that black and white director's cut version, that's going to be a pretty huge get, because I was reading an interview with Bogdanovich where he was saying that the studio really interfered with the final cut of the film. He said, they listen to you when you have, after you have a hit. So like when Paper Moon came out, he basically got to do whatever he wanted. But then he had a couple of films after that that weren't as successful. And so when it came time to make Nickelodeon, they basically weren't listening to anything he was saying, and they basically wanted to turn it into more of, again, I haven't seen it, but I guess they wanted to turn it more into like a broader sort of comedy than what he wanted. So yeah, I'm very curious if it will have that second cut, but I'm very looking forward to finally watching it.
Yeah, so I was able to watch it. Ironically, yeah, I was able to watch it, and I watched the original theatrical cut because I wanted to see like what did people watch it at the time, like in the theater back in the 70s. How would they have seen it before I would watch the director's cut? That's typically what I like to do for most things, and it very much feels like his version of The Sting. I'm not to bring up The Sting again, but it takes place in a similar time. It's got similar music. It's got a similar atmosphere. It stars Ryan O'Neal. It stars Burt Reynolds. Tatum O'Neal is in the movie again. So you got Ryan O'Neal and Tatum O'Neal from Paper Moon, re-teaming with Peter Bogdanovich once again. And the movie is another movie about movie making. And it's kind of like his love of movie making from the 19-teens, early 1920s, because it's about Ryan O'Neal, whose character kind of falls into this job of making movies. And the title of the movie itself is called Nickelodeon. For those of you who don't know, back in the pre-multiplex days, back in the pre-studio days, so before the 1920s, when you got studios like Warner Brothers and Columbia and 20th Century Fox, all those guys, RKO, everything wasn't so collected, if you will. It was kind of like the Wild West when it came to movie making and it came to the business of movies specifically. But to exhibit movies, there were these places called Nickelodeons where they were basically like storefronts and like places that were like converted to have screens in them and projectors to show movies. And it would cost a nickel to get in, hence the title Nickelodeon. But it was like the first movie theaters, really. Just one screen in a ramshackled building, really roughing it. And that's kind of the premise of Nickelodeon. So in this movie, it's paying like homage to that era of movie making, which is, for me, if you're a cinephile, if you're a film buff, if you love the history of movies like myself, you eat this stuff up. And the movie itself is interesting because it's tonally, it's like he's doing Howard Hawks again, like he did in another Ryan O'Neal film, What's Up, Doc, where he and it's Barbara Streisand, isn't it? It's basically his version of Bringing Up Baby. It's his version of a screwball comedy. And in this movie, he's still playing with that quippy dialogue, that fast dialogue back and forth, and all that kind of stuff. I really liked it. I'm curious. I did pop in the director's cut to see the differences, and the black and white does change the tone of the movie. And I think he wanted to do that intentionally. I was also watching an interview with him about his reasoning behind doing the black and white, because he was also wanted to pay homage to the silent comedies, where like Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin and Harold Lloyd, those movies were in black and white, and you weren't worried about the way somebody looked or the way somebody talked or this kind of stuff. It was the physical acting performances what carried those movies, and he wanted to like kind of recapture that in this new version of the movie. And I have to watch it fully through to see the difference. But I think he specifically said like you don't have to worry about how handsome Ryan O'Neal looks or something like that. You just have to worry about like how his performance plays off. And watching it in black and white does feel like a silent film at times, because there's a lot of physicality in the movie. Burt Reynolds rides a horse several times throughout the movie. He's just in there riding a horse. It's a fascinating movie, and there's other plots going on in it as well. Tatum O'Neal was great in the movie. She was great in Paper Moon. She was great in The Bad News Bears. She's great in this movie too. And she was such a star, a child star of the 70s. But I've also heard that Nickelodeon may come with a commentary from Bogdanovich as well. That would be great. Maybe some other feature or something, but we shall see when there's further details. But yeah, I just had to mention this because I love Peter Bogdanovich. He, for me, I learned so much because he appeared in so many special features on Alfred Hitchcock films, Orson Welles films, Howard Hawks films, John Ford films. He would show up in those. He would do commentaries. He would do interviews. He would do Q&As. He would go to film festivals. Before he passed away, he had his own podcast going on with, I think, in conjunction with TCM. He was a connection to the past that was slowly fading. We've known this over the years. Dustin, you can probably back me up on this. A lot of people from bygone movie era have passed away or are passing away. So you have to cherish those connections while we still had them. And I thought Bogdanovich was one of them. There's not a lot of people around who knew Orson Welles directly or knew Hitchcock directly. So you kind of have to pay attention to those people while they're here. But yeah, so I thought I would mention Nickelodeon getting a Sony Blu-ray release. And now I will hand it over to Dustin to see where our guest wants to take us next.
Real quick, I was just curious. So having not seen Nickelodeon, but knowing what the premise is with it being set sort of with silent era movie making and that sort of thing, for some reason, the film that sort of came to my mind when I read that was Babylon, the Damien Chazelle film. Is it at all... Would you say it's at all similar to that?
Kind of, yes, because in Babylon you do see like movie sets and you do see them like making movies and stuff like that. It's a little more crude, and it's kind of like the era before Babylon. So Babylon, the Damien Chazelle film, took place in like the Roaring 20s when the studio system was making their big movies. You know what I mean? Like I believe there's a sequence in there where like they're kind of making like a Cecil B. DeMille epic. But the stuff going on in Nickelodeon is not quite on that level. And of course, with Damien Chazelle, there's a lot more flair to it. You know what I mean? He's got that music background and he's got the flair for that. Very Baz Luhrmann-esque of a filmmaker, if I could make that comparison for Damien Chazelle. I guess my hot take is I actually really like the movie Babylon. I know film fans who are specific film fans from that era hate that movie with a fiery passion because of its inaccuracies and whatnot. But neither here nor there.
I love Babylon.
Oh, good. We're in the same space. Nice.
And I can already see sort of the tide turning on it. I feel like people are gonna reassess it in the come, and I think it'll be seen for how good it really is.
Nice. I'm glad we're on the same page with that. But speaking of pages, where would you like to turn the page next?
Well, let's do, since I've watched them both, let's do the new Indicator releases.
Sure. We go over to powerhousefilms.co.uk, which you can find all of your Indicator titles. They're actually having a big sale now, which they just announced. The last thing I think many of us collectors needed was another sale going on. The temptation is always too high to buy things. But yeah, they've got their releases, and it's only 2 releases, and it is 4 Times That Night and Macabre. And there is a specific connection between these 2 movies. One is directed by Mario Bava, and one is directed by Lamberto Bava, his son. It's a double Bava bonanza, if I could use. It's too much alliteration. But Dustin, since you brought it up, why don't you tell me what you thought of these movies?
Yeah, so
Yeah, we'll start with Four Nights. Was it
4
We'll
times.
start with one. We'll start with Four Times That Night. Tell me
Okay,
what you thought
yeah,
about that.
that's 1971. Yeah, that's the Mario Bava one. Um, it's interesting. I was sort of torn on it ultimately, but I can appreciate what it was doing. I feel like it's especially in the first act. Well, actually, just to start from the beginning. So it opens with these opening credits of, you're like, what am I watching? It's showing like these Rorschach blot test images, and there's like a doctor dancing, and it's like psychedelic and all of this stuff. And you're like, how is this going to fit in with anything I'm about to watch? And so, but it's basically I guess you would call it a sex comedy in a way, relationship comedy. It's sort of,
It's a movie you wouldn't have expected from Mario Bava at the time if you had watched his 1960s Italian horror films. Um, Although the movie is horrific, but in a different way. Um, it's it's Mario Bava's version of Rashomon, but in a 70s psychedelic way. And of course, if you know the movie Rashomon, it's a movie that's told in flashback form, but there's like several different versions of an event. And he kind of takes that premise and applies it to this movie, and the event is a sexual assault or potential sexual assault because there's different versions of what may or may not have happened. So that's kind of the way the movie goes, and you see the events from different perspectives along the way. And I know Dustin, um, I read your review on Letterboxd, and I think I agree with you that it's definitely not a movie that would hold up to modern scrutiny of the way in which events are presented.
yeah, and I actually feel like you can really see Mario Bava's sort of propensity for the horror genre in this film, even though it's not at all horror, but especially in the first act. So yeah, like you said, it's sort of like about this first date this between these two people, and the woman goes back to the home of the man. He's sort of like a ladies' man, and she in the first story, because it's told from four points of view or perspectives of how this event took place. And in the first one, she is sort of like, really buttoned up type of person. She doesn't want to go up to his apartment, and she eventually does. She hears like these noises, and it's like it's dark outside and the wind is blowing, and you almost feel like a black glove killer is gonna like pop out and attack her at that moment, and it,
Mhm.
it doesn't happen.
Yeah, like
But
a giallo. You almost feel like it's got giallo vibes.
yes, exactly, and that none of that actually happens, but I can totally sense that style from Bava in this film. But yeah, like you said, it's about in the first version of what happens. It is a sexual assault, but you know they make jokes out of it in a lot of ways, and a lot of them are just really out there. It's very non
Uncomfortable.
yes,
You
very uncomfortable, very politically incorrect.
yeah, I mean, it is early 1970s Italian cinema. What is interesting that we're kind of saying those things and how uncomfortable it is and how oddly in which that subject matter is approached, also ironically feels so contemporary as well. If you look at our modern world in a way in which those events are approached as well, there's a lot of things that you're shaking your head as why would someone approach these things like this? So if anything, movie's also it's stuck in its time, but there's also things that are contemporary about it as well. It gets a little weirder as the perspectives move along. Like you have this one group of people that have this kind of crazy perspective of what was going on. Like it gets like crazier with like alcohol and drugs and stuff, and it gets very 70s. Like they end up at like a disco or a club or whatever. But what's interesting is like in the end of it all, you still don't quite know what actually happened. Um, I guess maybe the movie's kind of commenting on that as well. Like worldviews are different from different people, or people are just liars in general. Who knows? You know?
Yeah, so the first perspective is the woman that's on the date. The second is the man. The third is the doorman of the
Yes.
apartment building, and the fourth is
Like the two people that are just like walking by.
well, no, isn't it the
The,
psychoanalyst?
I thought it was the two neighbors, like that woman and that man who were the neighbors that
Well, it's
remember
sort of. I
she's
think
ru- she's standing in like the courtyard in her story and they approach her and like start talking to her and stuff. I thought it was their perspective.
it's sort of like a perspective within a perspective. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
like what the doorman's seeing, but then within what he's seeing, you see what the neighbors see. It's very
It's like Inception. It's very confusing. It's like a plot within a plot.
and
I
at the end of it, yeah, you really don't know which version of the story is correct, or if it's sort of an amalgamation of all four of them. It does sort of leave you thinking in that way, and yeah, it's interesting.
It
Um,
is indeed. I typically like Bava's work, but I like his that 60s horror, like Italian horror stuff was really fascinating to me. Like Black Sabbath and What Sunday Bloody Sunday. Bay of Blood, was that him? I think it may.
yes, it was.
Yes,
Yes.
okay. Sometimes I get my Italian horror confused. Sometimes I get Argento, Bava, Fulci all mixed up. I get them all mixed up. But for this release here, you do have some special features. Brand new 4K HDR restoration from the original negative by Powerhouse themselves. There's Dolby Vision in here as well. There's an audio commentary. There's another audio commentary. There's an interview with the son of the editor, which is fascinating to me. That's brand new. Interview with the assistant director and son of Mario Bava, Lamberto Bava, from 2026. Video essay by film critic Rachel Nisbet on the Rashomon-like structure of the movie, and then the original theatrical trailer. There's a 80-page book in here as well. A world premiere on 4K, limited to 5,000 copies. Yeah, it's region free. Obviously, 4K is region free, and I think let me go over and see. I don't think. Hold on, because I kind of just looked up. I wanted to see if there was a Blu-ray counterpart. Oh yeah, so it is available on both 4K and Blu-ray. And I want to see if the Blu-ray was region B or Blu-ray's region free. Okay. You never know who owns the rights to certain things. Now let's move over to Lamberto Bava, and not a 70s psychedelic Rashomon movie, but a much darker film in Macabre. Take it away, Dustin, on this disturbing movie.
All right, so this one actually is more along the lines of what you would have expected Mario Bava to do.
Yeah.
So Macabre is from 1980. Yeah, and this was the directorial debut of Lamberto Bava, his son. It's how do you describe it? It stars Bernice Daggers, who I actually didn't realize at the time, but when I looked her up after I had seen it, I realized that she was the lead actress in the film Extra, which if you've ever seen that, if you've seen it, you've never forgotten Extra. She's the lead actress that's in that film, and she plays a wife and mother who ends up her. How do I walk around this? Her son this is at the very beginning. So
Yeah,
this
it's like opening, like first act stuff.
Yeah, so she is sort of having a tryst with her lover on the side secretly, and at the same time, her 5-year-old son drowns in the bathtub.
Yeah.
And then when she hears about it, she's rushing with her lover in the car to get to him, and there's a car accident, and he is killed instantly, and she survives.
Yeah.
And then, oh yeah,
No,
go
I was
on.
gonna say, then the rest of the movie is kind of her dealing with grief and death, and it's slowly revealed how more disturbing her process is going through that. I don't want to give away like the reveal and
Oh
stuff,
yeah,
and
yeah, we
stuff with
should
the
say,
daughter and whatnot.
but yeah, it's very it's perverse.
Mm.
it's a little goofy, but it takes itself completely straight, which I think is the right way to go. At the same time, sort of psychologically, it sort of dives into her sort of mind frame a year after these tragedies have occurred and how she's sort of dealing with it on her own. And it all leads up to some big twists that, I sort of suspected what was going on,
Same
uh,
here.
but it still doesn't take away sort of the power of actually seeing what
Yeah.
you see.
Right. And I will say a special shout out to the actress who played the young daughter in this movie. She is psychotic.
She
She
was
reminded me of
excellent.
The Bad Seed. Have you seen The Bad Seed, Dustin?
Yes, yes, she did.
Reminded me of the girl from The Bad Seed, the little girl.
This. And it probably wasn't her actual voice because you know that they were dubbed probably.
Yeah, that's the one thing with
But
Italian horror films or just Italian movies in general of like the 70s and 80s. The dubs can take you out of it because they're not good, and they're usually sometimes not even in sync, and can get weird. It can get real
yeah,
weird.
she was a very strong actress, and it's also set in New Orleans, and it had some great sort of just photography of the city, and it had a really good sense of place, I thought. So I did really enjoy this one.
Yeah, and from what I understand, Vinegar Syndrome is putting out their own release of this, but it has the same exact special features. So it's kind of like so whether you get the Indicator release of Macabre or whether you get the Vinegar Syndrome release, I think it's going to be the same. But to go over those special features, it says it right here. It says, please note the US edition of Macabre will be released by Vinegar Syndrome using the same restoration and extra features as co-produced by Powerhouse Films and Vinegar Syndrome. Okay, so they said what I just said. But it has a brand new 4K HDR restoration from the original camera negative by Powerhouse and Vinegar Syndrome. It's got Dolby Vision as well as HDR10. 3 presentations of the movie. It's Macabre, the Italian theatrical version. You have Macabre, the international theatrical version, and then you have retitled called Frozen Terror, the U.S. theatrical version. That's a pretty cool title. Audio commentary with film historians Eugenio Ercolani, Troy Hallworth, and Nathaniel Thompson. Interview with director Lamberto Bava, brand new actually. Interview with producer Antonio Avati. Interview with writer Pupi Avati. Critical appreciation for Italian genre film expert and macabre aficionado Mark Thompson Ashworth. Oh boy. Pier Paolo De Sanctis, the founder of the Italian soundtrack specialist Four Flies Records, explores the oeuvre of composer Ubaldo Continiello. These Italian names always get me. On-stage interview with Bava, filmed after a Macabre screening at the 2025 worldwide Weird Cult Cinema event held in London. Original theatrical trailer, international theatrical trailer, and booklet. Yeah, 80-page booklet here. World premiere on 4K. A few thousand copies. So, like I said, whether you get the Vinegar Syndrome or whether you get the Indicator release, same restoration, same special features. All the differences is the artwork. The artwork is different.
I do
And what's
question.
that?
Yeah, I do question if the 80-page book that comes with the Indicator that might not be with the Vinegar.
That may not be the same. I mean, I don't know if Vinegar Syndrome has it on their website yet. Let's take a quick look over there. See, oh, they do. It says Macabre Flash Preview. Yeah, their cover on Vinegar Syndrome is way more of a spoil. Like, goodness gracious. It spoils the whole movie.
Oh, no.
I don't know if you've seen it, Dustin. Over on Vinegar Syndrome's website. It's way more provocative of a cover, and it's literally like spoiling what we just tried not to spoil. But it doesn't mention anything about a booklet here in the special features over on Vinegar Syndrome's website. So I'm assuming that may be the exclusivity to Indicator.
But I like how, yeah, it looks like pretty much all of the special features are brand new.
Mm.
Yeah, everything is showing 2026 next to it, so that's pretty cool. And
yeah, can't get much newer than that. And I did want to mention when these are actually coming out. I always forget the dates. So this is coming out June 22nd. and then Four Times That Night is also coming out June 22nd. Okay, so same day. So these are the June releases from Indicator. So, Dustin, if you don't have anything else to say,
I have one other thing to
no.
say. I finally got up to see this cover of the Vinegar Syndrome Macabre, and I'm outraged. It is such a spoiler. It's like if the Sixth. I won't even say that one because I don't. But it's like if the cover of The Sixth Sense gave away that twist.
Yeah, if there was ever a movie with a third act twist, and think of any movie, those of you listening, those of you watching, think of any movie with a third act twist in it. That's kind of the crux of the whole movie. Imagine that, but they put that on the cover of the Blu-ray. And it's like, and for those of you who haven't seen the movie, I'll be like, wow, that looks kind of crazy. I wonder what that could be. But then you're watching the movie and you're like, oh yeah, that's what that is. That's kind of what this is. It looks grotesque and cool, but damn.
Oh, yeah, but just to avoid that cover alone, I would almost say go with the Indicator version and don't go to this website.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Do not go to Vinegar Syndrome. But since you did see that, now let's move. Where else would you like to move on to? I would say we could take a trip down to Australia because once again, our friends have a lot to say about a lot of things. So I think, why not? We'll go to Imprint. That's cool with you?
Sure.
Yeah. Let me go over to the Imprint website. Via Vision. That's their thing. So Imprint had how do I say this? They had a few announcements in the last 2 weeks or so. Obviously they spread them out a little bit, but we will kind of put them together. So let me actually, I'm just trying to get them all on the page together. So they had a couple of box set announcements. They had, I'm trying to find, I can't even find them. Maybe I'm losing my mind here. Anywho, the two box sets they had were Philip Seymour Hoffman box set and a Rachel Weisz box set. So they have these box sets of actors or actresses spotlights, and they've done for many. They've done like a Marlon Brando one. They've done one for Gene Hackman. They did one for Jessica Lange several years ago. I used to have them here, but I don't know where. I think I put them up on the shelf. That's where I put them. But
I love those Film Focus sets that they do.
Yeah, same here. Oh, there they are. I completely, because they mixed these in with their other releases, so I got completely confused and turned around. So we will talk about. We'll start with these two box sets because then they announced their Imprint Asia stuff, and they also announced two other box sets too. So a lot of box sets going on. A lot of these movies I didn't get to watch. I'll be straight with a lot of you, so we may be skipping around some of these. But I did get to watch all the Rachel Weisz films. I did get to watch all of the Philip Seymour Hoffman films. These are two actors I've been a fan of for a very long time.
I just want to say up front that this is the one that all of the Imprint titles are. I tried to watch as much as I could, but I have not seen any of the Imprint titles. And for being such a huge fan of Philip Seymour Hoffman and Rachel Weisz, it was funny to me that all 6 of these titles I have not seen. So I don't know how that happened, but I have not seen them.
Say the Rachel Weisz ones were movies that were relatively underneath the radar, like some early stuff. Like 2 of these movies. So we have the movie Swept from the Sea from 1997. I Want You from 1998. Those 2 are before she was in The Mummy, which obviously I think was her international launching point of her career. These two first movies, obviously early on, I think. Yeah, these are Australian films. Is she an Australian actress? I can't remember. But
I think she is.
Yeah, and then there's the movie The Deep Blue Sea from 2011. That's an indie film starring Tom Hiddleston as well as Rachel Weisz too. But these movies, Swept from the Sea is a worldwide first on Blu-ray. I Want You is a worldwide first on Blu-ray. These movies are interesting. They're good. I think all 3 of these movies are actually very good. Let me go over to my letterbox actually see. Let's see what I've rated these. Sometimes I forget what I rate them.
And Rachel Weisz was born in London and raised.
Okay, I think the accent threw me. They always do. So let's see. Yeah, Swept from the Sea is a movie. Let's see. I'm just going to read the letterbox here because it just makes it easier. The film tells the story of Russian emigre and the only survivor from a ship crash called Yanko Goral, and servant Amy Foster in the end of the 19th century. When Yanko enters a farm sick and hungry after the shipwreck, everyone is afraid of him except for Amy, who is very kind and helps him. Soon he becomes like a son for Dr. James Kennedy, and romance between Yanko and Amy follows. So what you have here is a movie. It's a romance movie set in the late 1800s, late 19th century. So if you're familiar with, heck, I just mentioned Pride and Prejudice, that happened in early 19th century. But if you're familiar with period pieces of that time, um, I think this would be kind of in your alleyway. This will be in your in your focus, if you will. And Rachel Weisz plays this young woman who is she's looked down on by the other people in this like small fishing village, if you will. They think she's kind of like a witch because she's different. I think she's like developmentally different than the other people. And of course, it's the late 19th century, and anybody that is like that, or anybody that shows any of those signs, they don't know how to deal with any of that. Heck, to this day, people still don't really know what they're doing with any of that type of stuff. But she ends up finding this guy who ends up walking onto the property, who was in a shipwreck. He's the only survivor from a Russian shipwreck. They were going over to America, and he shows up here, and she's the only one that kind of takes care of him. And he ends up ingratiating himself with another couple, and he ends up working for them. They start a romantic relationship, and that's kind of how the movie goes on. But he's an outcast. He's different. He doesn't speak the language. Fish out of water scenario happens. Some prejudice obviously occur as well, and they have to kind of fight through all of those things. And that's kind of how the movie is. I thought the movie is really good. It's really good, well acted. Beautiful looking movie. Yeah, I really, really dug it. So moving on from there, we've got I Want You, which is rather different. Came out in 1998. This is an interesting, kind of darker story. This letterboxd synopsis is not the best. A young boy and his sister are drawn into one man's obsessive pursuit of his former lover. Now, the former lover is Rachel Weisz. Rachel Weisz plays a hairdresser in this movie, and this young boy is obsessed with her. And this other man is also obsessed with her as well. But this man and Rachel Weisz have a past together. They have a traumatic past together, and you get a hint of like it's somewhat abusive. There's some things that were not right with it, and the movie slowly kind of reveals those things as it goes along, and you kind of view these events through this young boy's perspective, and his sister is kind of there along the way, if you will. It's a dark movie that explores a lot of things like um manipulation, and like I said, trauma and youth and stuff like that. Doesn't really dig too deep on a lot of those things when I think it could have. uh the movie's directed by Michael Winterbottom. Michael Winterbottom, he's, I think, more known for directing all those the trip movies, I call them, the ones with Steve Coogan and the other guy whose name's completely blocking my mind right now. Rob Brydon, I think is his name, and where they go to all these exotic locations, just eat food and do celebrity impressions. That's basically the premise of those movies. Um, like there's like the trip to Italy, and there's like the trip here and whatnot. And those movies are a lot of fun. Many of you probably seen clips of those online. They do the Michael Caine impressions where they try to challenge each other who could do the best Michael Caine impression and all that kind of stuff. That's how I know Michael Winterbottom's work. He also directed, oh, what else did he direct that was not a trip movie?
One that
He directed the movie Jude, which actually had a Kino release several years ago. That's a movie with Christopher Eccleston. He also directed the movie Butterfly Kiss as well. And he also directed the movie The Claim from 2000, an interesting period piece set movie as well. But yeah, I Want You was an interesting movie. an interesting movie. Like I said, dealing with a lot of darker themes, but not really doing it in a specific, in a deeper, meaningful way. Then the Deep Blue Sea is interesting. People on Letterboxd really like this movie a lot. Like there was really high ratings from a lot of the people I follow, and I can kind of understand why. Now this movie deals with a lot of deep themes and digs into them. So it says the wife of a British judge is caught in a self-destructive love affair with a Royal Air Force pilot. The wife is Rachel Weisz. The Royal Air Force pilot is Tom Hiddleston. And this movie is actually another period piece. It's set like circa World War II around that time. And because it's set like within like Great Britain, so you can see like the rubble of the bombings that took place in Britain during World War II, the Battle of Britain, stuff like that. You hear stories about Tom Hiddleston talking about events in the war, things like that, and you get this relationship that is. It's tumultuous. It's complicated. There's a deep love between the two. Like there are moments of the movie where they have these wonderful romantic scenes of them like walking and talking, and it's playful and it's lovely. It's idealistic, and you're like, oh, this is a Valentine's Day movie like you've never seen. And then there are other times where just like the relationship is just like toxic. It's not quite right. So the movie's playing with the dichotomy of all of those things. Once again, great acting. Tom Hiddleston, if you only know him from the Marvel movies, you're missing out because he's a great actor in a lot of other things. But yeah, I don't want to take off too much of the spotlight here because I know Dustin is just sitting here listening to me talk.
I was just thinking between Swept from the Sea and the Deep Blue Sea, it's a shame that Rachel Weisz didn't make a third Sea movie, and it could have been like a Sea trilogy.
What is interesting is, so there's the Deep Blue Sea, and then there's the movie Deep Blue Sea, which is completely different. Deep Blue Sea is the shark movie with Samuel L. Jackson and several others, which just got a really nice 4K release from Arrow a year ago, which is now out of print for those of you who want to snag it still. There's a standard edition of that. This is my brain thinking. But yeah, so if you look up The Deep Blue Sea and Deep Blue Sea, two different movies completely. Two different vibes. Two different vibes entirely. Let me see, because they don't really list any special features here on their website, which is unfortunate for my purposes here. But
I'm on a site that has some of the features.
Oh, okay. Then, you know what? Can you read them off then?
Yeah. So yeah, Swept from the Sea, 1997. It's a worldwide first on Blu-ray. That it has the uncut 114-minute international theatrical cut and an alternate scene from the theatrical cut, and then the trailer. For I Want You, it has a new commentary by Keith Phipps, a new a small seaside town interview with Ian McNamee, and a trailer. And then the Deep Blue Sea has a new featurette called Rachel in Blue with Lucy Bolton, a new interview with production designer James Merrifield, commentary by Terrence Davies and Ian Hayden Smith, making a featurette, and an interview with Terrence Davies, and then a trailer. So
nice.
It's a shame though that on so many of the, as much as I absolutely love these Imprint sets, it's a shame that I feel like have any of the actors or directors that they've highlighted actually been involved in the special features?
That's a good question. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't think so, because I'm trying to think of even the director sets, like the Sidney J. Fury set.
Oh, yes, he was.
He was? Okay.
I think he might have been the one that was involved.
Okay. Because I'm also thinking of, was the Walter Hill box set was another director set. Obviously, Sidney Lumet is no longer with us, so right. Couldn't do either of those box sets. Ironically, I'm talking about a Sidney Lumet film right now. So I guess it's as good a segue as any. So the Philip Seymour Hoffman box set has 3 movies. It has Flawless from 1999, Owning Mahoney from 2003, and has Before the Devil Knows You're Dead from 2007. And these are I had seen Before the Devil Knows You're Dead. Before the Devil Knows You're Dead has not 1 but 2 Blu-ray releases already. It's got a regular like studio Blu-ray release, and I think it has a Shout Shout Select release too.
Yeah.
So it's what's that?
Oh yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah, yeah. And I've been wanting that Shout Select release, but I know as soon as I get it, they're gonna announce that 4K. I know it's gonna happen, because it happens to me all the time. But the movie Flawless is Philip Seymour Hoffman stars alongside Robert De Niro in this crime drama from acclaimed writer-director Joel Schumacher. That's right, this is a Joel Schumacher film. It's a Joel Schumacher film that I had never seen before, because this is the one I think he did after, I want to say after 8mm. I think so. And this is the movie I've seen clips of for so long, and I had never seen the movie. I actually didn't really know where the clips had come from. So, in this movie, Robert De Niro plays a homophobic, conservative New York City security guard. He's actually retired, who suffers a stroke during the movie when people are like attacking one of his neighbors. That's kind of important to know. Leaving him partially paralyzed and unable to speak properly. A part of his rehabilitation is that he reluctantly hires this is what it says here, his drag queen neighbor Rusty, portrayed by Philip Seymour Hoffman, for singing lessons. Despite their initial hostility, they form an unlikely bond. Okay. And that's kind of the movie. The movie kind of goes along dealing with their obviously conflicting relationship, because Robert De Niro's character is an ultra-conservative, some would say piece of shit, mindset type of guy. And meanwhile, he lives next door to the complete opposite of him, which is incredibly flamboyant Philip Seymour Hoffman's character, and all of his friends that come over, they hang out, they have like dance parties and stuff, and Robert De Niro's character just like brooding, looking at them next door and stuff like that. What's interesting about this movie is I thought it would be problematic because of the material in it. And from what I was reading online, especially from people from the LGBTQ plus community, is they kind of look at it rather favorably. Specifically because Philip Seymour Hoffman's performance, which I will say is the highlight of the movie, is incredibly genuine. And it's one of those things, Dustin, where obviously he's not someone from that community playing someone from that community, which has always been a debate amongst, people in general. Have you ever? Yeah, I know you said you have never seen the movie Flawless, but I just wanted your take on kind of that notion. I know it's a big question.
Yeah, well, I feel like in 1999 it was different back then. Definitely, I feel like maybe today it would have definitely been a little bit more frowned upon if just to hire a straight cis actor to play that type of role. But in 1999 it was different. But I believe Joel Schumacher was gay, right? So. Was he, or am I?
I have to look.
I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to mislabel, I guess, anybody.
But I thought he was. And
but it's interesting that you say that, because once upon a time, I thought I've made that same mistake several times myself. I thought Barry Jenkins was a gay director, and because of Moonlight, because that movie seemed so personal, I was under the impression he was, but he's not actually.
Okay. Yes, Joel Schumacher was openly gay.
Okay. I was going to look that up as well. I'm glad you did.
So maybe that also has something to do with that it's not quite as problematic as what you might have expected. That he was able to treat it with a little bit more respect and a little bit more nuance than what you might expect for that period, especially.
And it really is a rather nuanced film. And I think Philip Seymour Hoffman's gravitas, if I can use a big word, or his talent as an actor is so good that he's able to really embolden a lot of the ideas in this character. Because this character is going on a character journey that is incredibly personal. And there's a lot of strife and a lot of turmoil within this character. Not only is it someone who dresses, of the opposite gender, but it's also someone who is wanting to go through the process of, changing to the opposite gender. And a part of the motivation for this character doing what they're doing throughout this movie is to raise the money to do that. At the center of this movie is these. It's kind of a side B plot that I don't think was well developed, but anywho, it's there. Of these gangsters, these organized crime people trying to find this money that was stolen from them, and a person in this apartment complex stole this money, so they're there all the time, like looking for this money. And part of the plot could be that they think Philip Seymour Hoffman's character has this money. And if he did have it, he would be like, I would have the surgery in order to change my gender and all this kind of stuff. So it's dealing with a lot of these big time themes, like as you said, now are more so in play in movies than I think ever before. And it's interesting how 1999, while it doesn't seem like a long time ago, is in a lot of respects in a lot of different reasons when it comes to what you put in, like what you openly discuss in movies and how you handle all of those things. And I think this movie kind of handles it rather well. But of course, I would lend that thought process to somebody who's actually closer to that community. But yeah, Robert De Niro is fine in the movie. He's kind of stiff. He's playing this super conservative guy who's no emotion. This man, like, he's like the typical, like, you've got to be a man's man and stuff like that. And they have these battle of wills together. And it's one of those movies where over time, they become friends and all this kind of stuff. We've seen these types of movies before, enemies become friends, all this kind of stuff. But I want to get into what some of the special features are, because I did actually finally find it on here. There's an audio commentary with film historians Brian Reisman, Max Every, and Jason Bailey, archival interviews with actor Philip Seymour Hoffman and Robert De Niro and Joel Schumacher. There's B-roll footage. There's some trailers. That's interesting. Then you have Owning Mahoney, which is a completely different type of movie. Owning Mahoney is based on a true story about this banker from 1980 to 1982 who embezzled like $10 million. It says it right here. Owning Mahoney is a gripping Canadian crime thriller starring Philip Seymour Hoffman, Minnie Driver, Maury Shaken, and John Hurt. I almost didn't recognize John Hurt in the movie. Based on the true story of the mild-mannered bank employee Dan Mahoney, who executed the largest single-handed bank fraud in Canadian history, embezzling over $10 million in 18 months to feed his gambling obsession. And named as one of Roger Ebert's top 10 films of 2003, he described Hoffman's performance as a masterpiece of discipline and precision. And once again, I will say, Philip Seymour Hoffman is the best part of this movie. The movie centers around his character and his gripping gambling addiction. Dustin, I'm pretty sure we've seen movies with people who have like gambling addictions. I'm thinking of like Uncut Gems, people who can never like dig themselves out of a hole ever, no matter what they do, because when they do it, they just put themselves right back in it. It's like when they're at the table and they're up by thousands of dollars and people are like, hey, maybe you should cash out. They're like, oh no, why would I cash out? I have a hot hand here. And it's like, and then they end up losing everything. That happens a lot in this movie. It happens a lot. And Philip Seymour Hoffman's character just keeps getting himself deeper and deeper into debt with loan sharks. Don't get into gambling debt with loan sharks. They will come after you. Don't do it. I always say, I have this every time a movie comes up with like organized crime. Don't mess with these people in real life. Like anytime the Yakuza is in a movie and somebody messes with them, like, what are you doing? Don't mess with them. Don't mess with them.
Have you not seen any movies?
Yes, exactly. I know movies are fictitious, but sometimes a little truth can get out there where the organized crime will not like forgive you for owing them money. That's the one thing they won't forgive you for, especially gambling debts. Oh my goodness. Especially what's interesting is that now this movie is set in 1980, 1982, right? And so gambling is completely different now than it was then. In this movie, he like lives in like Toronto, so he's got to come to like the United States. He got to go to Atlantic City in order to go to the casinos, in order to gamble and all that kind of stuff. And so he's taking trips here. He's at the casino. The casino thinks he's like a high roller or something, when he's really not. But he's got all this money because he's been embezzling. All kind of stuff happens in this movie, and he's And meanwhile, his girlfriend, Minnie Driver, he's hiding all of this from. Minnie Driver, I've always been a big fan of. Dustin, I don't know how you feel about Minnie Driver.
Yeah, I love Minnie Driver. I feel like I don't know. I wish that she, nowadays got more roles like the ones that she was getting back like the late 90s and early 2000s. I mean, she's hugely talented. And I feel like she uplifts pretty much any movie that she's in.
Yeah, she's actually really good in this movie too, because she plays, like I said, the girlfriend, and it's just interesting the dichotomy between the two, and just like how much he fronts of a different person that he is when he's around her, and then like at the casino he's like completely like obsessed with gambling. Like it's like he turns a switch and he's a completely different person. And it's interesting because there are people like that in real life who have these addictions, whether it is gambling, whether it is alcoholism, whether it is drugs, whether it's whatever the case may be. They're like a completely different person. And that's why a lot of these things are diseases, and they should be treated as diseases, because these people need help versus criticism. But I think this is me going on a little bit of a tangent here. Excuse me, Dustin, where like I feel like we've demonized like alcoholism and drug addiction and things like that to the point where people don't want to seek help because they view it as a stigma versus a health issue. And yeah, of course, those things can lead to like bad stuff, like criminality and stuff like that. But at the core of it, those things need to be treated with some type of care, I guess, or some type of seriousness. But this movie, Philip Seymour Hoffman, gambler, John Hurt is in the movie. It's nice to see John Hurt in something once again. Ironically, this was this 2003, because after this he would be in V for Vendetta when he played that fascist president, where he's just big on the screen, just yelling at people. But let me get into the special features here, and then we will move on to some other stuff. So we have an audio commentary with Gary Stephen Ross, author of No Limit: The Incredible Obsession of Brian Maloney, the source novel for Owning Mahoney, and Dr. Will Dotson of Someone's Favorite Productions. New audio commentary by film critic and author Walter Chaw. New Place Your Bets: The Agony and Ecstasy of Gambling in Cinema, video essay by film programmer Billy Ray Bruton. Archival interviews with actors Philip Seymour Hoffman, Minnie Driver, John Hurt, and Richard Kwinowski. And then you have the theatrical trailer, and that's it. Now we've got a movie that I really like a lot. This movie is, I know it has devil in the title, and this movie has got a dark, nihilistic streak in it. It's called Before the Devil Knows You're Dead. This is Sidney Lumet's last film. This stars Philip Seymour Hoffman, Ethan Hawke, Marissa Tomei, and Albert Finney from 2007. When two brothers are organized the robbery of their parents' jewelry store, which goes horribly wrong, it triggers a series of events that send them and their family hurtling towards a shattering climax. Named as one of the top 10 films of 2007 by Time Magazine, and awarded 4 out of 4 stars by critic Roger Ebert. I saw this movie years ago, and even to this day, I think about this movie and how dark and just it's one of those movies that when you think of just like dark and depressing movies, this is one of them for me. It really, really is. You have great actors in here, such esteemed actors in this movie. Sidney Lumet, to me, I think is one of the greatest filmmakers of ever. I think of at least the 20th century. Just his 70s work alone, like dwarfs what, like 98% of everybody else. Even his work before that, 12 Angry Men, to me is like one of the most perfect movies ever made, in my opinion. I'm a huge Sidney Lumet fan. But this movie, like I said, it's been a few years since I've seen it. Like I said, it's got 2 Blu-ray releases. Really great acting in the movie. Really dark stuff. Albert Finney was a great actor too. Dustin, I hope you get to see this soon.
Yeah, this is one this is another big blind spot for me. It's one that I've just heard so much acclaim for over the years. And Yeah, I need to see it. What I really want to do is sit down and do, because I like to occasionally do sort of like chronological deep dives into different directors. And I would love to do that with Sidney Lumet. I've seen a fair amount of his films, but there are some that I haven't. So, but yeah, I mean, what a great cast as well.
Indeed. For special features, an audio commentary by director Sidney Lumet, actors Philip Seymour Hoffman and Ethan Hawke, a dark story interview with screenwriter Kelly Masterson from 2020, best last film interview with actor Ethan Hawke, directed by Sidney Lumet, How the Devil Was Made featurette. That's really great because Sidney Lumet actually wrote a book about filmmaking. And it's kind of like one of the staple books everybody tells you to read if you want to become a filmmaker, if you're interested in filmmaking, if you ever go to film school, take a film class about film production. Chances are that book will be referenced. It's kind of like Sid Field's screenplay book. I feel like that's another one of those as well. But yeah, it's interesting for me because this was right at the start of digital filmmaking, like the mid 2000s. And I remember watching the special feature with Sidney Lumet talking about how digital photography and digital filmmaking pretty much was the future of filmmaking. And he was right, because if you look at now, digital cameras and digital photography for movies is pretty much the standard. There are, of course, a few outliers, a few purists. I'm looking at you, Christopher Nolan, with your IMAX cameras that look like the size of a hallway. And of course, Paul Thomas Anderson will still shoot on film. Scorsese's gone back and forth, I think. Like he shot some things. He shot some things digital, some things on film. Quentin Tarantino, I don't think his mindset has left 2007 at some point. So I think I think he's still shooting on film. I just think of what he said about Paul Dano, and I'm like, he's never seen a Paul Dano film past There Will Be Blood. You can kind of tell. But anyway, that's just me talking about stuff. But I just thought that was fascinating how ahead of the game Sidney Lumet always seemed to be, even towards the end of his life and career. He kind of knew where film was going at the time. But yeah, that's the box sets for Rachel Weisz as well as Philip Seymour Hoffman. And we spent a pretty good amount of time on those two because I got to see all those movies, and they're two prominent actors in my opinion. Rachel Weisz, Oscar award winning Rachel Weisz. People don't remember her winning an Oscar for, I believe, The Constant Gardener, a movie that I don't think anybody ever really talks about in general. They'll talk about another depressing movie.
But I saw she was nominated for a Golden Globe for The Deep Blue Sea.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense. I think she was nominated as well. Was she nominated for The Light Between Oceans? Or did I just dream that up?
I don't think so.
No, what am I thinking? I'm going to look up Rachel Weisz. Please excuse me for those of you at home listening or those of you watching as I look up Rachel Weisz's award resume. Like I said, she does have the one Oscar. I always remember her in a light. She was nominated for The Favorite. That's what it was. An Academy Award for The Favorite. I remember, because I knew she had something relatively recent that was critically acclaimed, and it was Yorgos Lanthimos' The Favorite. Yeah, at the Golden Globes. Oh, she was nominated for the because she's in the television series Dead Ringers, the Cronenberg movie, TV adaptation. She was nominated. You're right, for The Deep Blue Sea, Constant Gardener. Yep. Okay. For some reason, I always think of that movie, The Light Between Oceans. I feel like I'm the only person who's ever seen it. I don't know why.
Wait, I saw that film. It had
it's the one with Michael Fassbender and who was he an item with at the time? Alicia Vikander?
Yes, that's who it
is. Alicia Vikander. I remember going to the movies to see that, and I was the youngest person in the theater by at least 25 years. At least 25 years. I'm a big fan of Derek Cianfrance. So, when I saw Blue Valentine, that movie changed my perspective of cinema, because it was the late 2000s. I was in my 20s and whatnot, and I was like, I didn't know movies could be like this. You know what I mean? Just so stripped down and raw. Oh, That's such a I see that movie, like, people recommend that movie around Valentine's Day, and I'm
Oh,
like, "You guys don't know what this movie's about, do you?" You really don't.
yeah.
Just because it has Valentine in it doesn't mean it's all about love. I mean, it is, but man, it's about the reality of life and love. But speaking of somewhat reality here, once again we have some more releases from the Golden Princess Library. Now, the Golden Princess Library is these Hong Kong movies from the 80s into the early 90s, and Shout Factory has the license to them, and basically the license has been bought by both Arrow and I guess by Imprint because they're putting out their own versions of these movies as well. So we won't spend too much time on them because I've talked about these already for the most part. Although I do want to talk about Bullet in the Head because I watched it and I didn't know that this movie was what it is. So we've got the box set of Prison on Fire and Prison on Fire 2. We've got box set for Bullet in the Head, and we got a box, and we got a collector's edition. I say box set, but they're the big thick boxes from Imprint for Once a Thief. Now, Once a Thief is a lighter, like, comedy type of movie. Kind of reminds me of Jules and Jim. I think that's what I mentioned at the time. Prison on Fire. I've seen the first movie. We talked about it when it was announced from Shout Factory, so we won't spend too much time on that. But Bullet in the Head is, I don't know if you've seen this movie, Dustin.
No, I haven't.
It's someone described it better than I can. It starts off as Rebel Without a Cause, kind of, and then transitions into The Deer Hunter. So imagine that kind of like swinging pendulum of tone of the movie.
Wow.
So, and the reason why they compare it to Rebel Without a Cause is because it is a movie that's centered around the friendship of three people. And in Rebel Without a Cause, you've got young people who grew up together or are young at a specific time. You've got the James Dean character, the Sal Mineo character, and the Natalie Wood character in Rebel Without a Cause. You have these three young people, and in Bullet in the Head, you have these three young people who just happen to grow up with each other. They're into early adulthood, and something happens where one of them does something. They once again, I just mentioned the Yakuza. I think these are the if it's China in the 1960s, which is a set, probably the Triads or another organized crime. One of these three people end up getting in trouble with them. They end up like killing someone who's in like organized crime, and they've got to escape China. It's 1967, it's a different type of China than modern day China or China of the 80s, and they end up going to Vietnam. They end up going to Saigon. It's 1967. For those of you who are wise, the Vietnam War is going on in 1967. So they kind of go from like out of the frying pan and into the fire of like situations here. Because not only do they go to Vietnam, but they're also smuggling stuff from China to Vietnam. So they're getting involved in more organized crime, in smuggling, and things just escalate from there. And like I said, the pendulum swings to like, it becomes like The Deer Hunter. For those of you who've seen the movie The Deer Hunter, yeah, it's dead. It becomes dead serious, like a war zone, dead serious. And I was blown away by like, holy heck, this movie is really deep and really just like, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Like, I was kind of blown away by it because I wasn't expecting it. And yeah, and for the title "Bullet in the Head," you don't expect a deer hunter level of movie. There's a reason why it's called that, but I feel like a better title would have been better for the marketing, I guess. But it's still just a fascinating movie to me. Let me get into the special features here for it, because this is a rather big old collector's edition. Now, like I've said before in the past, Shout Factory's putting out their 4Ks, Arrow is putting out their 4Ks, and Imprint's putting out their 4Ks. And it kind of all depends on which edition you want. It really does. For me personally, I'm going with the Arrow releases. Hard Boiled actually just came out. Actually, it's coming out tomorrow. But I've got Picking Opera Blues and I've got City on Fire here. And I do want to get Hard Boiled. I think The Killer's coming out next month from Arrow. Those have both been released from Shout Factory already, and I know many people have them and love them. I've had Hard Boiled on the old Dragon Dynasty Blu-ray, as well as The Killer. Those Blu-rays notoriously do not look good. Do not look good. But let's see. We have a couple of. Let's see. There's three discs and a hardcover book. Disc one is obviously the movie with Dolby Vision, new audio commentary by film critic Frank Zhang. You've got disc two has the movie as well, audio commentary as well. Then you've got a plethora of special features. Brilliant with a Bullet, interview with director John Woo. I forgot to say, this is a John Woo movie. A lot of machine gun action in this movie. If you like the action in Hard Boiled and The Killer, you'll like the action in this movie a lot. A lot of slow motion. A lot of slow motion. Head Case, interview with actor Weisz. Army of One, interview with producer Terrence Chang. Apocalypse Wu, interview with editor David Wu. Tumultuous Times, interview with production planner Catherine Lau. Hong Kong Confidential, Inside Bullet in the Head with author Grady Hendrix. And then Apocalypse How, interview with Professor Lars Lehman. Image gallery, trailers. And then disc three is more special features. It's got the 136-minute festival cut of the movie on Blu-ray. Alternate boardroom ending. There's a John Woo and the War documentary. Baptism of Fire. That's an interview with Jackie Chung. There's Paradise Lost, interview with actor Weisz. Biting the Bullet, interview with actor Simon Yam. Tempting Fate, interview with writer Patrick Lung. Walk on the Wild Side, interview with actor Lau Chi-ho. Natural Selection, interview with editor David Wu. Life Through a Lens, interview with director John Woo. Code of Bullets, Part 5, Mean Power / Gone with the Wind, archival featurette. Then you have two more archival interviews as well. Hardcover booklet that's 60 pages long. This is a massive, massive, expensive edition here. But I want to make sure to mention that how much I really enjoyed the movie. And if you are collecting these along the way, regardless of which company, this is one definitely to get. Definitely to get. Now, we've got some other releases here from their Imprint Asia line, which I wasn't even aware of. I'll just mention it, and then we'll move on. It says An Amorous Woman of Tang Dynasty from 1984 / The Reincarnation of Golden Lotus from 1989. And that's it for their Imprint Asia line. Now let me go see the two box sets. That's what I'm looking for. Let's see, where are you guys? Let me go to. That's the one thing about the Via Vision website. It's not the easiest to navigate on. No, I have their stuff from last time.
So yeah, I'm seeing the Youth Gone Wild.
That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, the Youth Gone Wild. Yeah. Actually, let's see. Youth Gone Wild. There it is. There it is. Sorry, my eyes are starting to dry out on me. So the Youth Gone Wild. Now I didn't get to see any of these, so I'll just list. We're just going to list them off, and then we'll move. We'll move pretty quickly on because we got a lot more to talk about tonight. Live Fast, Die Young, one of my favorite slogans ever, I guess. Juvenile Jungle, that's a nice title. Young and Wild, and then Teenage Crime Wave. Now, these are all from the 1950s, and having not seen these movies, I don't really have a lot to say about them, but I will say this. There were a lot of movies in the 1950s and 1960s about juvenile delinquency. Like, that was like a whole subgenre of movies back in the day. Like, I feel like they were also drive-in movies. Like, you would go to the drive-in and watch these B-movie juvenile delinquent films. I just feel like that's something. I also feel like that was something that influenced John Waters to make the movie Cry Baby. Because every time I think of like a juvenile delinquent movie, I think of the movie Cry Baby. His musical with Johnny Depp as a young juvenile delinquent. And certainly there were a lot of movies of that time that weren't B movies, that weren't like, traditional drive-in movies or movies that you would find that people would make fun of today. I just mentioned Rebel Without a Cause. Like that's a movie that's centered on teenagers that's considered, a classic, an all-time classic. And there are other movies like that as well. But a lot of them were just like kind of like B movies. Kind of reminds me of like Reefer Madness from the 30s, but that's silliness. But so that's that box set here, and that's an interesting box set from them because I don't really see them do like a subgenre like that. That's just fascinating. Then we've got what is in the long line of adventures box, a Tale of Adventures. What's a Tale of Adventures number 11? Is that the one we're on?
Yes.
Yes. Let's see. I keep getting. Let's see. Tables of Adventure. I keep getting number 10 and not number 11. That shows up. Oh, there it is. Make sure I have the right one here. Yep. Tales of Adventure number 11 of 1954 to 1965. And yet again, I wasn't able to see these movies either, so we'll kind of just list them off and then we'll move on. The Black Knight from 1954, 55 Days at Peking, Taras Bulba, and Genghis Khan from 1965. Now, that is not the Genghis Khan movie with John Wayne. That's getting released by another company. And Dustin, I don't know if you've ever seen that movie before.
No.
That's a trip.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of these, so
Same here with these Tales of Adventure movies. I used to try to watch at least a couple of them or at least one of them when they talked about, but we're at box set 11 now, so you kind of get the gist about what these box sets are. I have the first box set, and that's all the ones I have. The first box set is like the Arabian Nights box set, where it's like Middle Eastern folklore, legendary stuff. Like you've got like 1001 Arabian Nights. You've got like Aladdin in there and stuff like that. And then the second one was like a Jungle Adventures box set. I remember that one. I think one of these was also like a Atomic Age sci-fi box set as well. But there's been 11 of these so far. It's pretty crazy. I know one of these movies, The Black Knight from 1954, was the most fascinating one to me because it's like Alan Ladd is the Dark Knight or the Black Knight. Legendary leading man Alan Ladd takes on the villainous team of Peter Cushing and Patrick Troughton in a swashbuckling adventure from future James Bond producer Albert R. Cubby Broccoli. So one of the Broccoli's. And I think the premise of the movie is that Alan Ladd takes on the identity of the Black Knight. Because I think he wants to marry a noblewoman, and obviously at the time they won't let him, so he gets mad and becomes the Black Knight. I don't know, I'm just making stuff up. But the fact that there's a period piece with Alan Ladd as a knight just sounds interesting to me. And Peter Cushing is in it too. Why not? But let me see if there's anything else from Imprint that I'm missing here before we move on. No, we're pretty good. We're pretty good covered there. But I'll leave it up to Dustin since I chose. Is there any place that you would want to go? I know there are some movies that you have seen. I figured you want to go check those out.
Yeah, we can. Well, yeah, let's stay in Australia and do Umbrella Entertainment.
Okay.
So yeah, first We Bury the Dead, and this is a newer film that, well, in the US, it opened actually the first week in January this year. And it stars Daisy Ridley as, it's sort of a, it's kind of a unique take on a zombie film, or at least initially it is. And I really liked the first half of the film more than the second half, when it becomes a little bit more sort of typical to what you might expect from that. But it stars Daisy Ridley, and she's a woman who, well, there's been some sort of outbreak that has occurred in, I believe it's Tasmania in South Australia. And there's a zombie outbreak, and she joins this body retrieval unit in hopes of finding her husband, who was in the area at the time, and she's hoping that she'll find him alive. And I found it interesting initially because unlike the average sort of horror movie where it portrays the undead as just like, you know, just either lumbering around or running around and trying to eat people or something like this. The the undead in this film are, they sort of like vaguely remember their lives beforehand, and it's more existential, at least initially, in the way that it portrays that. And I found it really interesting that they're not just like trying to kill everybody. And then it does take a turn towards more conventional storytelling, but I did like the first half at least.
Indeed, yeah. It's a slower, more contemplative zombie movie, if you will, because it feels more dystopian. If anything, it feels more like there was that Arnold Schwarzenegger m- zombie movie called Maggie from several years ago. Felt something like that. It's like a 28 Days Later, but maybe way more subdued version of that. In the sense like you get the dystopian atmosphere that there's just a massive loss of life, like something has happened. So it's like the early part of 28 Days Later when Killian Murphy awakes and like everything, there's like no one around. Like it's like that level of desolate, but for like the whole movie almost. And Daisy Ridley's character volunteers to be one of those people to go into one of these areas that's been hit with this, like I said, this plague, if you will, and to basically like get rid of bodies, essentially, like get rid of like that's what her job is, and the job of all the people around her, like basically cleanup crews, if you will. But she's doing it because she's trying to find her husband who is in this specific area. So she's got an ulterior motive. She's got a goal. She's got a goal. I really like Daisy Ridley. I like the fact that in her post Star Wars world, she's actually been doing some pretty cool work in the indie realm, like under the radar stuff that doesn't get a lot of promotion, that a lot of people don't really talk about or are even really aware of. Like We Buried the Dead, like you said, Dustin, it got kind of dumped in January. I don't think a lot of people even went to see it. I don't think it got a lot of theatrical exposure, if you will. But shifting, actually, let me check the special features here, and then and let's see, We Bury the Dead. Yeah, because I know Umbrella likes to do their collector's editions, which they are doing for this. There's their website exclusive collector's edition. Let's see. It's got the 48-page booklet, the original rigid case and slip case. It's got the reversible poster, 8 art cards, limited edition numbered release. It's got all new special features. I mean, it's a brand new movie. They should all be new. We have to go. The making of We Bury the Dead, scene breakdown with director Hilditch, interview with director Zach Hilditch, interview with Daisy Ridley, interview with Brenton Thwaites. I didn't recognize Brenton Thwaites in this movie. Like he looked completely different. Granted, the last time I saw him, he was playing Robin in the Titans TV series on HBO Max. To date myself a little bit, because that was years ago. Um, but he was old. I felt like he was old. He looked so young in that. And in this movie, I didn't recognize him at all. He had a Jason Momoa vibe to him. He had the long hair and the facial hair too. Um, but yeah, I did not recognize him. But you also have an interview with actor Markle Smith, new MIFF 2025 post-screening cast and crew Q&A. That's really cool. And then we've got the movie Wrong Turn. Now, Dustin, you are the horror man, so I'm assuming you've seen Wrong Turn.
Oh
It's
yes,
been quite a while.
oh, I'm a fan of Wrong Turn. Yeah, this was, yeah, definitely remember seeing this in the theater when it came out, and actually I saw it multiple times in the theater. Yeah, this was during the period sort of like right, it was like right after Eliza Dushku had been, I guess, well, I mean, she had been in films before like True Lies and things like that, but I think she really got popular with being on Buffy the Vampire Slayer at the time. And so this was sort of like one of her big lead roles at the time that she was in. Yeah, this one is, what I would say, I would compare it sort of Texas Chainsaw Massacre in West Virginia.
Gotcha. Yeah, Yeah, so this came out in 2003, and Buffy the Vampire Slayer actually ended in 2003, coincidentally. But you're right, like her kind of springboard off of that movie, off of that show actually, was like several movie roles in the 2000s. She was in this, I think earlier on she was in
Bring
Bring
It
It
On.
On.
Yeah, Bring
Yeah,
It. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think that was a little early on because I remember seeing that in the theater. That was a formative film for my young teenage life. And of course, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Um, and she was in the movie The New Guy, which I think was like 2001. So all of that little early 2000s corridor there. But Wrong Turn, it's part of a series of movies of the 2000s where people are in the wrong place at the wrong time. You know what I mean? Get out of the woods, people. Get out of the woods. Don't go near them. Don't don't hang out in secluded areas that you don't know of. Um, and that's why I don't go to the woods, man. I've seen too many of these movies, and it seemed to be there was a trend in the 2000s of those types of movies where people would just be stuck in the middle of nowhere and uh try and like and they end up coming across people you shouldn't be coming across. And I know that's not like just a 2000s thing. I mean, going all the way back, like you said, Texas Chainsaw, going all the way back to the 70s. I'm thinking of like The Hills Have Eyes as well.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that's a good
yeah,
comparison.
because I've been seeing Michael Berryman in like several like movies lately, and it's like, oh, that's Michael Berryman. I recently rewatched One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. He's in that. I watched Deadly Blessing, which we will talk about. He's in that. I just saw him on an Instagram post of him at a convention signing autographs. So I've seen a lot of Michael Berryman lately. And yeah, it's interesting how like Wrong Turn is one of those movies. I believe it also spawned a couple of sequels, didn't it?
Oh, I think there's 6 of them now.
Oh my goodness, I thought it was just like two. I thought it was just two.
The first one is the only one that was released theatrically. The rest
Okay.
were
It was,
direct to
it was
DVD.
still part of the time where a lot of horror sequels in franchises were getting straight to DVD releases.
Right.
The pre-streaming era, um, you would find those DVDs just popping up randomly. And what's interesting is still to this day, you will find movies that just pop up on DVD at like a Walmart, and you're like, where did this movie come from? Oh, straight to DVD. It still exists, I guess. But I think I remember seeing Wrong Turn 2 before I saw Wrong Turn 1 and not having any context of what was going on. Like,
Oh, wow.
that, I just remember that specifically. But yeah, it's
But
not the first.
it's a fun one. It's yeah, it gets really brutal at certain points.
Yeah.
There's some great suspenseful set pieces. There's one scene where they're being stalked by these. It's basically like, yeah, they're being hunted by these inbred cannibal family members, and but there's one scene where they're being stalked in the trees, like they're hiding up in the trees, and it's very well done. So it sort of loses some steam towards the end, but it's definitely worth seeing if you haven't seen
Yeah,
it.
if you're not squeamish when it
Right,
comes
right.
to like gore and stuff like that, because this is part of that era, and I've talked about it several times on here. The 2000s had um this streak of the really gory horror movies. I think Saw was a big catalyst of that. Then you had Hostel, and you had the whole French Extreme stuff, like with High Tension and things like that. And Dustin, I don't have to explain any of this to you, just more for people listening at home and whatnot. There was a whole extreme horror. They called it torture porn stuff of the 2000s. I don't think that was not a great term, but whatever. Use whatever you want. And yeah, I think Wrong Turn was definitely part of it. Also, in the 2000s, this is me riffing here. I said this before and I'll say it again. So many horror remakes of older horror films. They tried to revitalize so many franchises in the 2000s. And some were better than others. Um,
Oh, there's actually been a Wrong Turn remake.
oh, I was actually just going to ask you if there's been a Wrong Turn remake.
There was. I haven't actually seen it,
Okay.
but it was from maybe like 2022.
Okay, that makes sense because they've been trying to reboot. They've tried to reboot things now that they've already been rebooted before. As it is, they're doing. Um, isn't Mike Flanagan doing an Exorcist reboot? And they just had an Exorcist movie that was trying to be a soft reboot of the franchise.
And
The one with David Gordon Green.
Yeah, Mike Flanagan also just completed his. It's like a Carrie.
Yeah, the Carrie TV series.
Yeah,
on Amazon, I think. And when it comes to like that type of stuff, like I almost view it as like a readaptation. Like it's brand new. Like people, I don't know how you felt about the Carrie movie that came out, I think 2013 with Chloe Grace Moretz. Some people were upset that, oh, you can't remake Carrie. For me, it wasn't a remake. It was just a readaptation of the novel. That's how I viewed it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I mean, for what it was, like I treated it sort of separately from the Brian De Palma film. You can't really, yeah. I mean, if you're gonna compare those two, yeah, it does. It's not quite as good, but for what it was, I thought it was effective, and I really do like Chloe Grace Moretz, and Julianne Moore was in it.
Played the mom.
Yeah, Judy Greer was in it. She played the gym teacher. So yeah, I'm a fan.
Yeah, good. Yeah, but interesting. I think. Yeah, I was thinking, did that get a 4K re-release recently? I feel like it did.
Yes,
maybe
it did.
From Shout Factory.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I think I talked about it recently. I kind of have a soft spot for that movie a little bit, just because it's actually a little closer to it's actually a more accurate adaptation of the novel than the Brian De Palma one. But I don't think people care. I don't think people care because the Brian De Palma movie is so iconic. It's so iconic for the time it was made, for who's in it. Sissy Spacek, John Travolta, everybody else. It's interesting. But moving for Wrong Turn, we do have a plethora of special features in here. Some new, some old. Like I said, there's a special collector's edition that's got all kinds of extra goodies. We got a 48-page booklet. We got a custom art rigid slipcase, reversible poster, art cards. There's a new special feature called Evil Residence, an interview with producer Robert Kulzer. There's Edge of the Axe, an interview with actor Julian Richings. Hidden Horrors, an interview with visual effects supervisor Dennis Berardi. The Bad and the Ugly, an interview with makeup effects supervisor Shane Mahan. And then you have I believe a smattering of old featurettes here. Audio commentary with the director, with actors Desmond Harrington and Eliza Dushku. The Making of Wrong Turn 2003, Fresh Meat, The Wounds of Wrong Turn 2003 featurette, deleted scenes, Eliza Dushku, Babe in the Woods 2003 featurette, Beware the Woods, A History of Rural Horror 2022 video essay by Lee Gambin. That's nice. Behind the Scenes 2003 featurette, Archival 2003 interview with cast and crew. And for those of you interested, those of you who are fans of Eliza Dushku, she's not acting anymore. She's actually a therapist now. She came back because she's from Boston, which is like an hour north of me. She came back here several years ago to go back to school, and she's got like a master's degree, and she's a licensed therapist. Now, I don't know where she's practicing. I don't know if she's practicing in Massachusetts somewhere or whatnot. But yeah, that's what she does now, which is pretty cool. She's got a second career, if you will, because she's been acting since she was a kid, like you mentioned, Dustin, in all the way in True Lies, all the way in True Lies. But you want to talk about? No, that's it. We did Wrong Turn. We Bury the Dead. Now where are we going? I was going to say if there was more Umbrella, because I'm used to Umbrella having more than two announcements.
Want to do Deadly Blessing yet? Or
sure, we'll go to Kino. Yeah, let's talk about. We can go to Kino. Let me just pull up their. I usually go to their Facebook page because they tend to have everything laid out pretty nice over there. You got to scroll, like you got to dig deep, but at least it's there. And Deadly Blessing is a Wes Craven film, right?
Yes, 1981. I am a big fan of this one. I feel like you can see hints of future films that Wes Craven made in this. Basically, it's a sort of it's set in, I can't remember where it is, but it's in like a farming community, and there's a religious cult around, and there's these three friends, three young women who get together. I think after one of their husbands is killed, and the other two friends come to support her, and they get mixed up in this cult in this church, and they're being sort of stalked at the same time. There's some really excellent set pieces in this film. There's one set in a barn that is really chilling and well crafted, and there's another scene set in a bathtub that you totally tell
Yo,
was
yeah.
sort of, you know, what Wes Craven, it was sort of like what he did before Nightmare on Elm Street.
I was gonna say, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm watching that scene and I'm like, he did the same thing in the first Nightmare on Elm Street movie. It's the same shot too. It's the hand coming out of the water and right between the woman who's in the tub, and it's like, you did the same shot. You did the same shot. But yeah, I don't mean to cut you off.
Arguably even worse for me because it involves a snake in this film, and I don't do well with snakes, so the idea of being in a bathtub with a snake does not thrill me.
No, I don't think it thrills many people. I mean, geez. But you're right.
Yeah. And one of the friends, of course, is played by Sharon Stone, and
I was just going to mention one of the friends of a young Sharon Stone. She must have been her early 20s. This was years before she was in the others. She was in Basic Instinct.
I think that this was 11 years before Basic Instinct. So I think this was her first lead role. I think she had been in one Woody Allen film in like a cameo or something, but I think this was her first major theatrical film in her lead role. And
she's really good in the movie. Ernest Borgnine is in the movie. I always love seeing Ernest Borgnine. He's got a lovely Amish beard, the Abe Lincoln wraparound beard in the movie. He's got that going.
Isn't Michael Berryman in this?
Yes, he's at the very beginning. He's accosting the woman. Calls her, what's he call her? Like a succubus, not a succubus, something like that.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Like he's one of the sons. And remember he's one of the victims actually of the movie. So in the movie, there's this it centers around the woman whose husband, like Dustin said, had passed away, but her husband used to be part of this really, really conservative like group of people. Like the Amish look like liberals compared to them. Like there's like super religious, super religious, and he broke away from them and went to the city, went to school, and went and kind of lived his own life. Then met this woman and got married, and then went back. I don't know why he went back, to be quite honest, but whatever, that's the plot. He went back to where his family is, and they kicked him out of the family, because you've gone off and done things we don't approve of. And what is happening is people start getting killed off. It becomes like a slasher movie, and you don't really know what's going on. I dug the movie as well. Like I said, it's Wes Craven. Wes Craven knows directing. He knows how to direct suspense. He knows camera work. He knows atmosphere. He knows how to do this. And like I said, like he would go on to even more perfect that craft in A Nightmare on Elm Street, which would come out like 5 years later or something like that. I think it's
3 years later.
Okay, yeah, and it would be. So you can kind of just see the transition or even the growth as a director. And by that point, Wes Craven had already done several movies. He had done Last House on the Left. He had done The Hills Have Eyes. And I think a couple of others in there as well. But yeah, if you're a fan of Wes Craven, I think you owe it to yourself to at least watch the movie. You know what I mean? I'm certainly going to get it from my Wes Craven section. It's going to go in there.
It also has a very memorable last scene.
Yes, I will say this. It will throw you for a loop. I was left like aghast. And what is interesting also, I had seen the poster for Deadly Blessing for many, many years. It's a very eye-catching poster. And what is interesting is like that has nothing to do with the movie whatsoever. The poster is very sexual. It's very tantalizing, if you will. And it's like, yeah, this movie's not that at all. It is not. It's not a sexy horror movie in the least bit, which is interesting because when I think of the 80s, there was a lot of gratuitous stuff like that during that time, and this is not one of those movies. Um, if anything, I feel like Wes Craven would go on to like satirize those types of things within the Scream films. You know what I mean? Um, and whatnot. But it's interesting, seeing this movie that's kind of like in the middle of these other more well-known Wes Craven movies. But yeah, this has had a Blu-ray release in the past. It's had a Blu-ray release, I believe, by um, Scream Factory. Not to
Yes.
go back to Scream Factory, but that seems to be the Blu-ray that came out in 2013, so an early Scream Factory release, probably when they first launched. Seems to be around that time. I remember when that line first launched, and people were super excited about it.
Oh, I
Because
remember it. I remember it.
you remember it well.
Yeah, because the first ones were Halloween 2 and 3 and Terror Train. And
Mm,
Emily Blessing was not far behind. It was one of
yes.
the early ones.
I remember that too because I have Halloween. Well, I all right. So of all of the franchise, I think I've bought and rebought the Halloween movies more than any other one
Same here.
because I own the Blu-rays, and then I've owned the Blu-rays again, and then I've owned them again. And I'm at the 4K level now. You know what I mean? So I bought those initial Scream Factory Blu-rays that came out for Halloween 2 and Halloween 3. And then I think the other ones would come out later from, I think, just from the studio.
And then there was the big box set that
The
Scream.
big box set, which I to this day hate the fact that I never got, because that's the big thing with that box set was Halloween 6 got the theatrical cut and the producer's cut, and there were special features that were like exclusive to that release, which I don't know if the 4K has those. I can't remember. I have to go look.
I believe they do. I believe they
Yeah,
do.
they probably do because they're from Shout Factory. But that was the big thing with that, because that Halloween 6 is an interesting movie. That's with the Cult of Thorn, and the theatrical cut has the magic stones at the end. It's sadly, I think it's Donald Pleasant's last movie, or at least it's his last movie in the franchise. He would pass away not too long after that. I always thought he was the highlight of the franchise. Every time he showed up, he played that role as straight as an arrow, no matter how goofy the movie would be. You know what I mean? He would play it straight as an arrow. But that's just me reminiscing on Halloween. It's my favorite horror franchise, so I have a lot to say about it all the time. But Deadly Blessing, we don't really have any information right now as to the special features. It just says coming soon on 4K UHD, brand new HDR/DV master, and that is it. So it could come out this year, could come out next year. We don't really know. While we're stuck in Kino land, we might as well talk about a couple of their other ones, because there weren't a lot to talk about. A lot of stuff were just re-announcements of things we'd already talked about in the past. So I just kept it pretty small. The movie Talk Radio is the Oliver Stone film from the late 80s, I believe. Now this has a Blu-ray release from Twilight Time. I know because I have it. I actually brought it out last week because I wanted to talk about the movie and I never did. So I'm kind of making up for lost time. But Talk Radio is the movie with Eric Bogosian is in it. Like I said, directed by Oliver Stone. And it's been years since I've seen it. Like I haven't seen it in a long time. But it says Dallas Talk Radio host Barry Champlain, Eric Bogosian, discovers one weekend that his skills in pushing people's buttons have won him a chance for national syndication. But instead of celebrating, he subjects his wife and co-workers to a darkly comic marathon bout of compulsive risk-taking with his unstable radio audience. Barry and his fans, the lonely, the angry, and the dangerous, know that the talk is not cheap and words can kill. So he is like, excuse me, he's like a Howard Stern type radio guy, where he's not afraid to say whatever he wants, to challenge people, to piss people off, all this kind of stuff. And obviously, that can lead to you attracting dangerous people. And if I remember correctly, that's kind of what happens. Um, it's interesting because talk radio is not so much a bygone era. I mean, podcasting has taken that over significantly. Heck, it's what we're doing right now. If I could say so myself. But I remember it's of course it's a movie that's tinged with political commentary, social commentary. It's Oliver Stone. He's pushing everybody's buttons when it comes to those things. That's kind of what this is the movie he did. Oh goodness, I think he did it before JFK, so he's probably in that political mindset of that time. Dustin, have you ever seen talk radio? I'm just curious.
Oh yes, I
Oh,
like
good.
like you. It's been quite a while since I saw it, but I remember really liking it, and sort of my interesting connection to it was it was originally based on a Pulitzer Prize nominated play that Eric Bogosian wrote, and it was performed off Broadway in 1987, and then there was a Broadway revival in 2007 that I actually saw that starred Liev Schreiber in the lead role,
Oh,
and Sebastian Stan was also in it. Long before Marvel and getting an Oscar nomination and all of that stuff. So that was interesting. It was the play is very much strictly set within the radio station, whereas Oliver Stone in the film sort of opens it up a bit with some flashbacks and things. Yeah, sort of just to expand it a little bit beyond just the station, but it's very well done. Eric Bogosian's great in it.
mm.
This one also has a sort of a very sort of shocking ending to it.
Oh, like yes. It's been so many years since I've seen the movie that I don't remember the ending. I
Well, it's based on I won't give it away, but
yeah. Don't give it away.
it's based on a loosely based on a real life shock jock named Barry Champlain,
That's
his
right.
life,
Yeah.
and so yeah, it sort of follows what happened with him.
Okay. So it's based on a true story of a real person. So therefore, not quite a spoiler. But either way, if you don't want to be spoiled by the ending of a movie, we won't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because at the time, so my background, I guess, in not even background in education, but my degree, my college degree is in history, and of course, going to school in the 2000s, you couldn't help but be inundated with politics. You know what I mean? I mean, I feel like politics have been pretty prominent over the last 25 years. Obviously longer than that, but if you are someone who is of my generation, going to school in the 2000s prominently, you've been inundated with a lot of stuff, and chances are you've seen Oliver Stone's film, and he's been not shy at all about his political leanings, you know, at all. And this was done, like I said, at the time, but he was kind of on a roll as a director. He did Platoon, Wall Street, Talk Radio, Born on the 4th of July, The Doors, and JFK all in a row. Pretty good run there. And then of course in the 90s he would do Heaven and Earth, Natural Born Killers, Nixon, um, and then things go on from there. But I'm just saying it's pretty prominent run from Oliver Stone at that time. But yeah, I remember Talk Radio a lot, like a lot. I think I had it on DVD, and then I think I had the Blu-ray as well. But this, let me pull up this release here if I can find the details on it. Or Dustin, do you have the details on it? I found them anyway.
Oh, okay, good.
So, Talk Radio from 1988, new HD master from a 2K scan of a 35mm interpositive, new interview with director Oliver Stone, new commentary by film historians Alexandra Heller-Nicholas and Josh Nelson. That's nice to see, and a theatrical trailer. And I'm pretty sure if I was a betting man, the Twilight Time release didn't have any special features. It had the isolated music track. Oh, filming Rage, Oliver Stone on Talk Radio. That's fascinating because typically Twilight Time was a company that simply was just getting the license to movies that hadn't really been put out before. at least for the most part, at least not on Blu-ray. They were one of the first companies. It was them and Olive Films at that early 2010s time that they were putting out catalog titles from studios that no one else was really doing. And they didn't have a lot of money to make special features or to do restorations or to do remasterings or anything like that. We were just lucky to have the movies on Blu-ray in general. We were living it up with the bare minimum. Nowadays, if something doesn't have a commentary, people get very upset. And I'm just like, man, if you were collecting in the 2000s and early 2010s, this is a gold mine now. Like we're living in an abundance of riches, if you will. But yeah, that's talk radio. There have been a few comments here that I've been neglecting to talk about over the last 2 hours or so. So I'll highlight some of these. A couple of returning people here in the community, the Chasers, as I like to call them. JB44 says, greetings, Chasers. Josie was here earlier. Josephine DeMarco, she says hi. She was here last night for the Unwatched pile, and she shared some of her unwatched or her newly watched stuff, which she talked about yesterday. Let's see. She actually watched this movie I've been wanting to watch like all last year, and it was just impossible to see. Be Gone's Resurrection, which is getting a Criterion release. I think it's getting a Criterion Premieres release. And I can't wait to see it. And
I saw it.
Oh, you saw it? Yeah, the visuals I've seen from that movie look incredible.
It's truly unlike anything you've seen.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, and I wanted to watch it when Criterion announced it, but at that point, it wasn't streaming anywhere. I don't even think it was in theaters at that point, or it had come and gone so fast that it wasn't in theaters when they announced it. We had somebody earlier when you were talking about The Roost, Haunted Sideshow, said they adore The Roost. Illuminated Pro popped back up in here again. They talked about how there was a Stand By Me re-release. I believe, is that an anniversary this year? Either way,
yes, 40 years.
Yeah. Either way, it's always a good time to watch Stand By Me. Also, read the short story as well, or because it's a short story, I think, isn't it? Or like a novella.
Yeah, novella. It's called The Body. It was.
Yeah, I have it and I've read it.
Different.
Really good. Like it's a good adaptation too of that. What's interesting, I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent. I find that Stephen King's shorter works are his best works. Like his stuff he did of Richard Bachman books and stuff like that were like shorter and different.
Mm-hmm.
I find me getting more involved with his work on that level than his gigantic tomes. I don't know if that's just me.
I do like his short stories, definitely.
Yeah. Like I even read the one with the one oh god goodness, Shawshank Redemption, the one that's based on. That's also really good. Let's see. We have a couple more comments. Acres of Movies pops in, says hi. What's your favorite 2 commentary in recent years? I couldn't say. There's been a lot of good commentaries probably on a lot of discs over the last several years. Probably ones that are done by people I know. Like we just mentioned Alexandra Heller Nicholas. I find myself being more interested in hearing them than going back to listen to directors' commentaries. And that may sound odd to people, just because I know the director's commentaries, you get firsthand knowledge of the making of a movie, which is fascinating. Like that's a good way to learn. But I also like hearing about what my contemporaries think of a movie. Like what was their thought process upon watching the movie and what they think of it.
And I feel like they're the ones that are sort of going deeper.
Their perspective is different.
Yeah.
Like they're far enough removed from it where they probably view things a little bit differently than a director who's literally spent years making it. I mean, geez. But yeah, I think that's it for terms of picking up certain comments and stuff like that. So we did just talk about Acres of Movies. Asked, did we talk? Are there any features? And there are a couple of features on there. Some stuff with Oliver Stone, who's never shy about talking about his movies. Oliver Stone is like the opposite of David Lynch. David Lynch, I felt like never wanted to talk about his movies, and Oliver Stone will not stop talking about his movies. That seems to be the case. Because I see him all the time. But let's see. There's another Kino here, and it was a box set of British Noir Volume 2. Now, I wanted to talk about that because I think I talked about British Noir Volume 1, and I figured why not talk about British Noir Volume 2. And now I didn't get to see any of these movies, so not much to say about them. It's Home at 7 from 1952, The Intruder from 1953, and The Long Arm, also known as The Third Key, from 1956. Jack Hawkins stars in all of these, and I'm not familiar with who that is. But one is directed by Guy Hamilton, who directed Goldfinger. That's pretty cool. He also directed like a couple more James Bond films than just Goldfinger, I think. But that's the one they credit him with here. So I haven't seen any of these movies, but I want to say this is coming in June. So if you have the first British Noir box set, or if you're just a fan of British Noir or just Noir in general, you may want to check this out. We talked about Indicator earlier. Indicator has a British Noir box set as well, which is fascinating. Yeah, so let's see what else we've got here. We talked about Umbrella. We've talked about Imprint. We talked Shot. We talked Indicator. Let's see. We can go. Well, how do you feel about Second Sight?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. I just gotta find where their stuff is. So Second Sight is putting out not one but two of their big old deluxe editions. These things are talk about tomes. Talk about tome. They're putting out one for Insomnia and for at least I think the one for I almost said Hard Candy. It's not. The Devil's Candy, right?
Yes.
Hard Candy is a different movie. So
did you want me to talk about them?
No, yeah. If you would like to.
Okay. Yeah. So I had watched that for the Devil's Candy. I had seen this when it came out in 2017, but I rewatched it just a few days ago in preparation for this, just to refresh my memory, and I still felt the same way that I did the first time. I do like it, and it's very effective, very chilling. It's basically stars Ethan Embry, and he's very good in the film. It stars him. He's a sort of struggling painter, and what it says is, I'll just read this because it'll be more concise. Struggling painter and his wife purchase their dream home. However, it soon becomes clear that the house hides a dark secret. An evil entity has set its sights on their young daughter, and the family must summon all their strength to battle the demonic forces that are closing in. And Pruitt Taylor Vince is very unforgettable in his role. He plays the former inhabitant of the house who, in the very opening scene, so this isn't a spoiler, he murdered his mother. He had been hearing like these, it's like, and this happens throughout the film, there's like this ongoing low sort of demonic chant that just haunts him in his head, and the only way that he can drown it out is by playing his electric bass guitar, and it basically drives him to murder his mother. And so Ethan Embry and his family move into the home, and Ethan Embry's character, who's a painter, he starts sort of losing track of time and painting in their shed beside the house. He starts painting these really sort of grotesque sort of paintings that he's not sure where they're coming from. He's losing track of time, and meanwhile, the Pruitt Taylor Vince character is sort of lurking around the house and starting to get closer to his teenage daughter. And it's 80 minutes long, which both times that I saw it, that was my one issue with it. Like, I like a nice, short, concise film, but it almost moves too quickly through the story, and you end up at the climax of the film, and it just feels like something's missing. Like a little bit more exploration with the characters, and a little bit more about exactly what's going on. But at the same time, very well done. The direction is excellent. The director is Sean Byrne, who previously had made a film from 2007, I believe, called The Loved Ones, and I absolutely love that film. If you haven't seen that, that's one that I highly recommend.
I don't think I have. I was trying to remember the Devil's Candy. Didn't it get a partner labels release from Vinegar Syndrome? Or am I thinking of something else?
Scream Factory had put it out.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what I had. That's what I watched it on.
Gotcha.
So this has a whole bunch of new special features that weren't on the Shout Factory release. It has. Did you want me to just run through?
Yeah. Just go through.
It has an audio commentary with director Sean Byrne. Into the Fire, a new interview with Sean Byrne, who's the director. Those Fragile Things, a new interview with Ethan Embry. Devil in the Details, a new interview with director of photography Simon Chapman. The Cutting Room, a new interview with editor Andy Canny. A Big Step Forward, a new interview with production designer Tom Hammock. Behind the Scenes VFX, you have short films from the director, and a rigid slipcase with new artwork, and a 120-page book with new essays. So yeah, this thing is stacked.
Yeah, they never slack when it comes to the book. I mean, I've got this here. I have to put this on a shelf because I love the big old Second Sight deluxe editions, but every time I touch them, I'm afraid I'm going to damage them. I've got my possession next to me, and this, talk about a behemoth. This mamma jamma. This was like one of my favorite releases ever.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite releases of last year, I think.
Oh yeah, this thing was like. But every time, like I said, every time I pick it up, they're almost too nice. They're almost too nice. But every second,
but they're also well put together.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're not like flimsy or anything.
No, it's a hard box, but still, you never know. You know, if you accidentally drop it, you bump it on something. The corners do, get a little wrinkly if they do bust or whatever. But this, like you said, this one here looks like another robust looking one. Then we have another release of a much different movie, not much different, but it's the movie Insomnia, but not the Christopher Nolan Insomnia like I thought for a few seconds when I first saw the announcement. It's the one starring Stellan Skarsgård from the 90s. Now this has a this has a Criterion Blu-ray from many years ago, which I bought right when it came out. And have you seen the Insomnia?
I have. I saw that Criterion release, but I will say that I saw the Christopher Nolan version first.
Same here.
I saw this, yeah.
Same here.
I know a lot of people prefer this one, but maybe it's because I saw the Nolan one first. I think I prefer that one, but they're both excellent.
Yeah, it has such a different vibe than the Nolan one. I mean, it's the same similar premise, but I feel like the energy is so different because I believe this is a Swedish film. And when you have like a movie that has like this type of atmosphere to it, it feels so different. And Stellan Skarsgård is so good in this movie. I mean, I was really glad to see him go on like a little bit of an award season run with Sentimental Value this past award season, and people really kind of reintroduced themselves to how brilliant of an actor he is. Whether he's working with someone like a Lars von Trier or working and really in anything else, he's always really good, and he's been working since like the 70s. Like he's been around for a while. But this movie Insomnia, it says a detective is sent to investigate a teenage girl's murder in a small Norwegian town above the Arctic Circle. As his mental state begins to crack, he struggles to keep his sanity while wrestling to solve the case amidst the unrelenting 24-hour daylight. Now, this is another film where it's been many years since I've seen it. I don't think I've seen it since I bought the Blu-ray way back in 2014. So we're going on a dozen years since I've seen this movie. It's been a time. And that was back at a time where Criterion was doing their Blu-ray and DVD combo packs. I have it on the shelf. Oh, gee, Insomnia probably up there somewhere. It's around me somewhere. But that Criterion had a brand new video interview with the director, whose last name I could not pronounce to save my life, and Stellan Skarsgård. And it's got 2 short films by the director as well. It is a very Scandinavian name that I could not pronounce. I tried to pronounce things on here several times, butchering them, obviously. This one I'm not even going to attempt. But I will. We will be going over the special features right now for this second site release. It's a 4K release, so it's got a Dolby Vision HDR grade to it. It's a dual format release with the UHD and the Blu-ray. New audio commentary with director whose name I can't pronounce and the co-writer Nicolaj Frobenius. I can pronounce that maybe. Running on Instinct, a new interview with the director. Falling into It, a new interview with producer Peter J. Borgli. Oh, that's rough. Private Prisons, Alexandra Heller Nicholas on Insomnia. And then it's got these short films by the director. So I think it's missing. I go back to that. Feels like it's missing.
I think it's
The
missing
video essay, the
Yeah.
video interview. Yeah.
the interview with Skarsgård.
So if you've got the old Blu-ray from Criterion, you may want to hold on to that if you want all of the special features. It also has a rigid slipcase with new artwork. It's got a 120-page book as well, and 6 collectible art cards too. Those are always cool. And yeah, so that is Insomnia. And these second site releases are highly collectible, and they do sell out quite frequently. Like, there are several sold out ones that I still regret not getting that I'm still hoping that I can get my hands on. One off the top of my head is It Follows, and the Ginger Snaps box set as well. I should have bought that when I had the chance because they're getting tougher and tougher to get. And I really like the Ginger Snaps movies. Like, I really like that, especially that first Ginger Snaps film. I think it's still super underrated. I think it's great. But yeah, that is the 2 second site releases. We have Insomnia and we have The Devil's Candy. And we'll move on now to, let's see, I think we're down to, Eureka. Let's go to Eureka. Because we've got some movies in here. We have Madhouse, Empire of the Ants, and Oh, What a Lovely War, which I saw your Letterboxd review, and I saw that you really like that a lot. So
That was-
you want to
that
talk
was-
about it, go right ahead.
Oh yeah, that was my favorite, I think, of all the films that I watched this week in preparation for this. And what's interesting, before it was announced from Eureka, I had never heard of this film.
Same here.
Which is almost a tragedy because it's so, I mean, it blew me away. I just thought it was excellent. So this is from Oh, What a Lovely War. It's from 1969. Richard Attenborough, who you'll remember from Jurassic Park, it is his directorial debut. And how to describe this? I said that in the review that I wrote, I had said that the claim is often made about any number of cinematic works, but truly there is nothing else quite like Oh, What a Lovely War. And it's set during World War One. It's based on a stage musical from 1963. It uses Brighton Beach's West Pier as sort of like a microcosm of World War One, following a family. It's the Smith family, and they go to this pier sort of as, it's almost like a carnival at a pier with pavilions and things like that, or like a fair. But in going there, the men in the family, one by one are join the military and go to fight in World War One. And the film is, it is a musical. Like, it uses period music. There's choreographed dancing. There's sort of absurdist humor with it. Some really amazing editing, I think. There's one scene where the family is on the pier and there's like one of those sort of like children's trains that they get on and it passes them by. And as the family watches it go down the pier and disappear, the editing transitions to the mother waving goodbye on the platform of an actual train as her sons have gone off to war. And it took my breath away, like how effective that was. And yeah, it's definitely a very anti-war movie. It sort of talks about the cost of battle, the exploitation of men, during that period of time, sort of in a jingoistic sort of way, trying to get them to join the war.
Yeah.
And it's yeah, but it's hard to, it's sort of, it doesn't have a conventional, I mean, it does have a narrative, but just the way that it's told is so unique.
It's told in, this is going to sound negative, perhaps a haphazard way, because it's not so much about the plot, it's about what it's depicting, what it's satirizing, really. It's satirizing this militaristic hunger for war during that time period. Specifically when it comes to World War One. World War One, to put it into a little bit of historical context, and granted, the movie's not like a historical piece, it's not a documentary, it's nothing like that. But World War One is a lot murkier of a war when it comes to like who are the good guys and who are the bad guys, as opposed to World War II, which those lines are definitely drawn pretty distinctly. Like who's good and who's bad. World War One has the unique thing of kind of being like just a mess. And they touch on that during the early parts of the movie, where like, oh, we don't want to go to war, but they're going to war, so we've got to go to war because they're going to war and all this kind of stuff. And that's kind of how the messiness of it is going. And the movie's kind of jumps from like different world leader to different world leader at times and how they're dealing with it. But it's satirizing the fact that like these world leaders, they're making these decisions, but the ones who are affected by it the most are the people, the actual soldiers, the actual citizens of these countries that have to deal with this fallout of these decisions that are done on such a high level. And these leaders are not really thinking of the fallout, because at the heart of the movie is this family that has these 5 sons that go off to war, and them dealing with that. Like that's a big part of the movie. And I agree with everything Dustin says. It was described as an epic musical, and it really is. It's an epic musical that got turned into like an epic adaptation of a musical. It's very interesting for a first movie from Richard Attenborough. Is kind of astonishing. Like if you're talking like best first movies, this has got to be up there. Like just like right out of the gate. Now he of course had been an actor for years. This came out in 1969. I think by that point, people had already seen him in, oh goodness, several movies. But I think The Great Escape had already come out by that point. He was in that. Yeah, it's a really just big undertaking of a movie. And I know not a lot of people like musicals, and it's not for everyone. I get it. Even to this day, like people hate musicals, like with a fiery passion. And I'm like, I don't really know why. It's not that offensive. It's not that offensive. I don't know why we take this so seriously. But
Musicals
yeah,
are my second favorite genre next to horror, so I love them.
the more and more I've like over the years I've gotten into more classic cinema and just digging deeper and deeper, the more of an appreciation I have for movie musicals. Specifically how historically important they've been to American cinema for the last century. Like musicals were big parts of the industry for a rather long time. It was like musicals and westerns are somewhat lost genre for cinema, in my opinion. I know one pops up every now and then and is a decent hit or whatever, but it's nowhere near like it was back during a specific time. Um, it really isn't. So this movie is fascinating. I wasn't really expecting a lot. I didn't know what I was expecting going into it. But it's really fascinating of a work. I'm glad you really liked it a lot. I'm glad it's getting a release because, like I said, I didn't even know it at all. So
I'm
it's
absolutely getting this one.
yeah, it's It's restored by Paramount Pictures, so Eureka, I guess, has a distribution deal with Paramount. Paramount's another company that's been making distribution deals left and right with people over the last several years. So there's a new audio commentary with British cinema scholars Melanie Williams and Lauren Snapper, archival audio commentary with director Richard Attenborough. Man, that's fascinating. Your Country Needs You, new interview with film historian Simon Brown on the depictions of World War One in British cinema from the Battle of the Somme to 1917. Extensive making of documentary in 3 parts. Wow, that sounds fascinating. Then that's pretty much it. But coming out June 29th, for those of you interested, we have a couple of other movies here. We have Madhouse, like I said. This is a Vincent Price film. I love Vincent Price. For 2 years in a row, for those of you who use Letterboxd, they send you your Letterboxd recap about like the most actors you've watched, the most directors you've watched, how many films you've watched. For 2 years in a row, Vincent Price was my most watched actor, just because I was watching so much stuff for Chasing Labels that had Vincent Price in it, that it just happened to work out that way. But I love Vincent Price, and this movie is campy, but it's the camp that I kind of really like because it's Vincent Price. He does camp so well. What'd you think of the movie, Dustin?
Oh, this was so much fun. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I love Vincent Price in anything, and this was a sort of a little bit of a different role for him. You know, a lot of times he was playing villains, and he's more of the protagonist in this. Not really sure he could potentially be a villain as well.
Right.
It's definitely a whodunit sort of film. He plays a veteran horror actor who his famous role is playing this horror movie villain called Dr. Death. And his at the beginning of the film, his fiance is murdered by this, you know,
mysterious figure.
Yes, mysterious figure who looks similar to Dr. Death, but you don't know.
Right.
And I would argue, and then it's a whodunit, but it also turns into a slasher film. And
like people getting taken out pretty left and right.
Right. Yeah. And
towards the end of the movie.
I mean, I would argue, because a lot of people say that Bob Clark's Black Christmas was the start of sort of like the first, not really the first, but like sort of the start of the slasher film as you imagine it to be, that came out after with Halloween and stuff like that. Well, Madhouse came out the same year as Black Christmas, and I believe actually earlier. And I would argue that it's in the similar vein to that, at least in the style of that.
I would agree with you with that.
And it also has that meta quality to it that far predates Scream.
Oh yeah, it's meta, like decades before meta was even a term people would use. Yeah.
This is it's a little overwrought, a little silly, but it's so fun, very fast paced. Like you said, like people are dropping left and right. It's not like you have to wait a half hour for somebody to be knocked off.
No, you don't. And it keeps its mystery pretty close to the chest until like the very end. Like you're still questioning things up until pretty close to the end of the movie, because you don't really know. You're kind of you're confused, and then you're like, oh yeah, it's definitely this person that's doing this, and then like, oh, they're perhaps not. Oh, I also do want to mention Peter Cushing is in the movie as well. Peter Cushing and Vincent Price share screen time. They share a couple of scenes together, which is really nice. They were good friends in real life, and two horror icons, if you will. And it's nice to see them share screen time together. I really, really dug this movie. This is something. I've got the 3 volumes of Vincent Price films from Shout Factory. They're Vincent Price collections 1, 2, and 3. I think a lot of those movies have been released individually now from Kino, because Kino has the rights to a lot of those. Horrible, Dr. Fives and House of Usher, stuff like that. The Raven, things like that. Those have all been released individually, but this was one I'm surprised like Kino didn't have their hands on, or Shout Factory did. But yeah, Eureka puts out really good stuff.
Well, it does have a Kino release.
Oh, it does? See, I didn't even look that up. Should have done it. Glad you're here. I'm
Yeah,
glad.
this was one that I had the Blu-ray of, but I had never watched it. So
Oh, you're right. You did mention that. You did mention that. Uh, but this new release does have it says high definition transfer. Whether it's a new one or the same one that's on Dustin's Kino release, I'm not quite sure. It's got a new introduction to Madhouse by horror novelist Stephen Laws. Lights, Camera, Murder, a new video essay on Madhouse by horror and gothic scholar Mary Going. Audio commentary by film historian David Del Val. Archival making of featurette, Stills Gallery, original theatrical trailer, and that is it. It's got a slipcase as well in typical Eureka fashion. It's got a booklet too that's in there. But that's it. Coming out June 22nd. That is Madhouse, and then
uh,
Empire of Ants. If you like your giant ant creature features, that's based on an H.G. Wells short story. I have a movie for you. It's called Empire of Ants. So, Dustin, this is another one that I think you had mentioned that you had seen actually before this the lead up to the show.
yeah, so it's been a little while since I've seen it, but I've also seen it multiple times, so
Oh, gee,
I
okay.
remember it fairly. But yeah, this one stars Joan Collins, and she plays she's sort of a developer who brings a group of prospective buyers to view this like beachfront location that they're hoping to build this housing community at. And while they're touring this location, these giant ants that were mutated from chemicals that, of course, had been dropped in their habitat, attack them. And then it actually goes in some other surprising directions towards the end. And so it's like a creature feature, but then it also mixes in other subgenres that I will not say because I don't want to give it away.
Right, right.
Um,
And it's interesting. We mentioned the movie Them earlier, and I feel like it obviously probably takes that inspiration from there. But there were a lot of other movies with mutated animals or mutated insects, and like there's a movie called The Giant Leeches, where you can guess it's about giant leeches. It's not really hiding things. And this movie's kind of like that. It just so happens that these people once again in the wrong place at the wrong time, and there happen to be these giant ants that is pretty cool animatronic effects for the time. Um, yeah, it's
I
what
mean,
a
it's from 1977, and
yeah.
I mean, yes, admittedly, it's very cheesy in a lot of ways. Like, yes, and it's inspired by a short story by H.G. Wells. I actually prefer it to Food of the Gods, at least that film adaptation. But what I really like about it, I mean, I just love Joan Collins, and I like the locations basically. Like, I like the premise of it. I like them sort of going around on this sort of like semi-deserted island, but then they're getting ready to build it up into these homes and this community. And I've always liked the sort of mood of it.
Gotcha. So this release says high definition transfer, new introduction to Empire of Ants by Chris Cook, filmmaker and co-director of the Mayhem Film Festival. The BIG picture interview with film historian Kim Newman focused on the life and career of cult filmmaker Burt I. Gordon. Audio commentary by critic, director, and producer Burt I. Gordon. Audio commentary by film historian David Del Val, and with film historian and filmmaker Michael Varrati. There's a radio spot, original theatrical trailer, and slipcase and booklet as well. So that is it for Eureka for the month of June. We have Oh What a Lovely War, Madhouse, and Empire of Ants. Okay. Now, let's see. We've got Eureka down. We've got Second Sight down. We did Kino. Now we're down. I think we're down to a couple of individual releases, and then our grand finale will be Arrow. So a couple of individual releases we do have to talk about here. I know this is another one that you got to watch in preparation here. The Garden of Eden from Flicker Alley. Flicker Alley is one of my kind of favorite boutique labels. Unfortunately, I say that, and I only really have like one or two of their releases. I think I may only have one, ironically so. But I want so many of them. I guess that counts, right? I guess it counts. I guess it counts. I have their release of um, he who gets slapped with their website exclusive slipcover, which they do website exclusive slipcovers. So for those of you who are slipcover enthusiasts, go check out their website, and you may be pleasantly surprised because this is a really beautiful slipcover. It's got that thick type of slipcover and like matte cover as like the Vinegar Syndrome slipcovers do. Those are some of the best like nice slipcovers in the game, I think. And he who gets slapped is a really good silent film. For those of you who haven't seen it, for those of you who are interested in silent movies, but another good silent movie is this one here, The Garden of Eden. And I'll let Dustin talk about it because I know you had watched it before I did and really liked it.
Oh yes, this one. Yeah, this surprised me. Well, I didn't know what to expect. I knew nothing about it before I watched it. So this is a 1928 silent film directed by Louis Milestone, and it stars someone who I actually wasn't familiar with. Her name's Corinne Griffith, and she's fantastic in this film. It's sort of I would say it's similar to like a screwball romantic comedy. At least that's what it becomes eventually. She plays this young woman who is an aspiring opera singer, and she lives with her aunt and uncle, and they run this bakery in Vienna, I believe. And she basically leaves them a note one night and goes off thinking that she's been accepted into this opera school sort of place. And when she gets there, she discovers that it's not really on the up and up.
No, it's almost like a burlesque show house type of situation going on, isn't it?
Yeah. And they're basically taking advantage of the women. And she doesn't really realize it. Like, I mean, it takes her a little while to realize exactly the ulterior motive of the manager of the place. But basically, eventually, she escapes there with, I believe it's like the wardrobe woman who she had met at the theater, and they go away on this swanky vacation to Monte Carlo. And it's there that she discovers that this friend of hers is a baroness. And she meets, while they're there on vacation, she meets this young composer and is it his uncle?
Yeah, his uncle.
Yeah. And so it sort of becomes a sort of, like a romantic comedy, gorgeously shot. There's the title Garden of Eden. There's a scene where she and this young composer go on this nighttime walk through this garden outside the grounds of outside in the grounds of the hotel. And it's magical. Like, it's just beautiful to look at. The humor, it's very funny at the same time. It actually surprised me with some of the sort of portrayal of some of the gender roles in the film.
Oh yes, there was something really progressive in the movie early on when she gets to this kind of burlesque house. The person running it is a woman dressed in man's clothing, which I thought was incredibly progressive for the 1920s.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that, and it was that was fascinating. That it included that, and also just the fact, in addition to that, just the lead actress, her character, she doesn't suffer fools. Like, she very much stands up for herself throughout the film. And so it does have that sort of surprisingly progressive edge to it for 1928. So this one was just thoroughly enjoyable.
Yeah, I agree with everything Dustin just said. I think the movie is very thoroughly enjoyable. Louis Milestone is probably most known for directing All Quiet on the Western Front, which came out in 1930. So like 2 years after this, he would direct one of the most like classic movies of the 20th century, and a movie that would win Best Picture, and a movie that would be shown in film school for the next century, basically, because I know that's where I watched it, or even just in school in general. I know people show that in like history classes and stuff like that. It's an adaptation of the book of the same name. It's actually it's interesting because that movie and that book is very much also a kind of social commentary on the issues with World War One, which of course, the movie we just talked about, "Oh What a Lovely War," did the same thing. So, if anything, "All Quiet on the Western Front" and "Oh What a Lovely War" would make a good double feature. That's what I'm trying to say. It would be very, very appropriate. But yeah, I agree with everything Dustin just said about Garden of Eden. And for special features, it's got an audio commentary with Harlow Robinson, author of Lewis Milestone Life and Films. It says Syncopating Sue, which is a restored fragment of a 1926 um, film from director Richard Wallace's Lost Romantic Comedy, starring Corin Griffith as well. And then there's the inimitable Corin Griffith, the Orchid Lady of Screen. That's a 2026 visual essay by David Pierce. So you get more information about that actress, which is very fascinating. There's a restoration demo as well. There's an image gallery, a booklet insert, and the Blu-ray authoring by David Mackenzie of Fidelity in Motion, whom we've had here on Chasing Labels once upon a time. So yeah, looks like another solid release from Flicker Alley, who's really putting out a lot of great stuff from like I would say the 19 I would say 19 teens through 1940s. They put out a lot of good stuff that's in like a deeper part of the catalog. They've worked a lot with the Film Foundation. They've worked a lot with the Film Noir Foundation, which is Eddie Muller's company. They've done a lot of great work over the years. Like I've said, there's so many of their releases that I really, really want to get. I just haven't yet. So let's go over to Def Crocodile. I know you talked about Def Crocodile title earlier, and we'll be talking about another Def Crocodile title now, a box set from Def Crocodile, mind you. This is a box set of East German like folklore adaptations or fairy tale adaptations, I would say, rather. Now, if I could just find it. Where are you? Oh, there you are. I clicked past it. I went to the shop as opposed to the homepage. So we have.
I tried to watch these and I could not find anywhere to watch them.
The only place that I saw that had. So Canopy had the first one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Canopy. I'll tell you, for covering Def Crocodile pretty much since the beginning, their movies are some of the hardest ones to find to watch. I mean, because their stuff is so deeply like cataloged things from all over the world that it's just like no one's really, I guess, showcased these in a very long time. So therefore, they're not really usually available. I know Canopy has a lot of them over the last couple of years. They've gotten them. I mean, you need a library card to stream on Canopy, and sometimes your library doesn't subscribe to Canopy. They subscribe to Hoopla, or they subscribe to nothing. Really don't know how it works, but I'll just say these are fairy tales, or they are East German adaptations of fairy tales, I should say. I think that's important to know. So, Talking Flowers, Magic Bears, and A Devil with a Golden Hair. DEFA Fairy Tales. And that is what this box set is. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 movies. The 5 movies are Snow White from 1961, Little Red Riding Hood from 1962, Mother Hilda or Hulda from 1963, The Devil's Three Golden Hairs from 1977, and then Snow White and the Rose from 1979. Now, the good thing about these is that they all are pretty short, if you can find them. Like, Dustin couldn't find them, and I don't think these are easy to find at all. So Snow White is 63 minutes long, Little Red Riding Hood is 72 minutes long, Mother Hulda is 57 minutes long, The Devil's Three Golden Hairs is 92 minutes long. Okay, so that's the longest one. And then Snow White and the Rose is 70 minutes long. Now, I only, like I said, I only got to see the first two. I got to see Snow White, I got to see the Little Red Riding Hood. And these stories you guys are probably familiar with from your childhood. So it says the widely surreal music and color saturated world of fairy tale films or Markenfilm from East Germany's DEFA studios are one of the great, still overlooked subgenres in world fantasy filmmaking. Part Sid and Marty Krofft's Saturday morning kitty psychedelia, part sturdy socialist moralizing. The Martian films are one of DEFA's most popular genres from the 1950s to the 1970s. We're thrilled to collaborate again with the DEFA Film Library at the University of Massachusetts Amherst on the first ever Blu-ray release of 5 of their fairy tale genres. Fairy tale gems. Coincidentally, Massachusetts or the University of Massachusetts Amherst, I think, is only like 3 hours from me. Don't ask me why, but I was wondering where the Emily Dickinson house was the other day, and I'm like, I knew she was from Amherst, so I googled where the Emily Dickinson house is, and it is indeed in Amherst, and it's about like 3 hours from me or so. I think it's more of like an hour and 45 minutes if you know the right route. But either way, it's up there. And I guess the University of Amherst has an archive of East German films from the 1950s through the 1970s, which is fascinating to me where they find these movies after all this time. Like, who has them? Why do they have them? I don't know. But from the ones I've seen, they are exactly kind of what the stories that you know and love. The first one is Snow White, and it's the story that you know. Snow White, the evil queen. You know, she's got the mirror. She talks in front of it, saying, "Who's the fairest of them all?" You are. And then one day, Snow White comes along, and she's no longer the fairest of them all. So the evil queen gets super insecure and decides to kill to kill Snow White, and she runs away. She meets the 7 dwarves. We know the story, right? I don't have to explain everything to you guys. A Little Red Riding Hood is a little bit different. It takes a lot more straight from the old fairy tale than the usual story that we know, but we do eventually get the general story that we know with the big bad wolf and the mother and the grandmother getting eaten by the wolf and Little Red Riding Hood, all this kind of stuff. There's a lot of what makes these unique is the time in which they were made. You can tell, it's limited by the time in which it was made, which makes it really weird. Specifically, the Little Red Riding Hood story, the animals are played by people in animal costumes, like full-on animal costumes that you would wear for like Halloween or for doing like a stage play. Like if someone were to do a stage play of Little Red Riding Hood and someone would wear a wolf costume, that's what was in the movie. That was what is in the movie, but it looks weird. I can't really explain it without you guys seeing it, and I feel like they're probably all like that. These very interesting German the versions of these fairy tales. They're very much a curiosity. Now, we've talked about the DEFA a few times here on Chasing Labels because, excuse me, Eureka, who we just talked about, has put out DEFA box sets of certain movies that the DEFA made in post-World War II Germany. Famously, the DEFA was the East German film industry, basically, their film studio. The West German studio, I always forget their name. I don't even know if no, I don't have their box set. I thought I did. But, yeah, there was a West German film industry and East German film industry until, of course, nowadays, there's no longer an East Germany and West Germany. But, anywho, Dev Crocodile puts out some great stuff. Dustin, I don't need to explain that to you. I think you've got a few of their releases yourself.
Oh, yes. I have a subscription with them, so I basically get everything.
Okay, so you do know this stuff pretty highly. I did just take part in their sale that they had on their website, which was like their first, I think, big sale they've ever had on their website before. And I bought 5 titles, so hopefully they'll be with me soon. I don't think they've shipped yet. I have to check I didn't even check my emails today. I basically just woke up and started preparing for Chasing Labels. That's how my Chasing Labels recording day goes. I don't have time to look at emails right now. I got movies to talk about. But
For Little Red Riding Hood, does it live up to what it says here? It says that it's sure to give your 6-year-old self nightmares for life.
yes, that's what makes it so weird. It's disturbingly odd, especially like the big bad wolf is kind of like frightening. The way he talk, because they talk and their mouths don't move because it's all like rubber suits. You know what I mean? So like it's someone talking, but the lips don't move. And then there's this kid who plays this bunny rabbit who's like the companion of Little Red Riding Hood. And it's a kid in a bunny suit with like drawn on whiskers, like drawn on paint whiskers, like you would do for a kid for Halloween or something. And he's like hopping around the whole time. And I'm just like, this is crazy. This is nuts. And then for some reason the wolf has a fox like assistant, kind of like his right hand man who does like all of his dirty deeds. Like he's the one who lures Dorothy to the wolf so the wolf can eat him and whatnot. They eat her and whatnot. And they're like trying to like think up schemes to get Dorothy or whatever. It's not Dorothy, but the Little Red Riding Hood. It's so fascinating. It's such an odd thing, but I mean, yeah. I mean, you're probably going to end up getting it. So let me know I can't wait to see what your Letterboxd reviews are going to be when you get them. But the other films I did not see, but let me see what we have here for special features. There's a new video interview with comics artist, film historian, and author Stephen R. Bissett. A new commentary with film historians Michael Brook, Sam Deegan, Shelley Rowan Legg, and Ann Golden. Socialist Fantasies, the Brothers Grimm and DEFA studios. Yeah, I think these are all Brothers Grimm fairy tales. It says fairy tale filmmaking in East Germany. New visual essay by film historian Evan Chester. New artwork by Beth Morris. Blu-ray authoring by Vital Passenger. This is deluxe bonus content. There's a slipcase featuring new artwork. There's an 80-page illustrated book. There's essays. There's a new interview with the screenwriter. Stefan Kolditz, who did Son of Snow White, and Mother Hulda director Gottfried Kolditz. Okay. And then rare production photos. So yeah, this is a pretty interesting box set from them. I mean, it's not definitely right in their wheelhouse. It's right in their wheelhouse. But yeah, that is from Def Crocodile. Now this is coming out. Let's see, and it says end of April. Okay, so there's no definitive date on it yet.
I think mine's actually been shipped already. So.
Oh, well, I think the subscribers. I don't know because I'm not a subscriber. But you guys must get yours earlier, right?
Yeah.
That's got to be one of the perks of being a subscriber. I think Vinegar Syndrome is probably the same way. I assume. So that's it for Def Crocodile. We have one. There's a Hammer. Let's see if I can find this. It's House of Hammer Volume 1. Now, this is not necessarily a Hammer movie box set, but it's like a Hammer educational box set. House of Hammer Volume 1 coming out June 1st. Let's see if I can pull up some information about it on the fly here. Yes, so Hammer will release on Blu-ray The House of Hammer Volume 1. This release is scheduled to arrive on the market on June 1st. The House of Hammer celebrates Britain's rich horror heritage, pairing that exploration with carefully curated content to complement the ongoing restorations and collector's editions across the Hammer and Hammer Presents ranges. Blending print, video, and visuals, each edition will deliver a multi-format experience presented in limited edition packaging. Every installment will include a curated selection of rare and newly created material, from documentaries and short films to exclusives, and a look behind the curtain into the filmmaking process. All accompanied by a 120-page book featuring filmmaker profiles, making of stories, and more. Volume 1 of the series includes 2 Blu-rays and a 120-page book. The content and special features: The Land Demands Blood, which is 38 minutes long. It's an examination of the work of contemporary Cornish filmmakers like Bates's Markin Jenkin, and the fundamental connection between Cornwall's landscape and British horror films like Hammer Presents titled Dr. Blood's Coffin. Masks, Monsters, and Madmen, which is 2 hours long, is part one of a new feature-length documentary about AIP, one of Hammer's main competitors in the 60s and 70s British horror. Now, if I believe that is American International Productions, that was Roger Corman's company here in the United States, I believe at the time. They took a lot of Hammer stuff, and I'm pretty sure they probably re-edited, and we got like AIP cuts of certain movies. That's what I think that documentary is going to be a lot about. Don't be surprised if Roger Corman pops up in there. He's been kind of and it's super important part, I think, of American cinema since the 1960s, that I don't think a lot of people are really aware of. Deep Cuts, 75 minutes long, a documentary about the landmark censorship changes in the 1970s when the X certificate was raised to over 18, leading to a wave of provocative films that pushed the boundaries of what audiences could see on screen. Now, I'm pretty sure that's maybe that's having to do with the video nasties. I don't know. We shall see. Ticket to Happiness, 30 minutes long, a recently recovered and long thought lost 1959 Hammer short, newly restored in 4K. Making Monsters, 30 minutes long, an interview with Oscar-winning makeup and special effects duo Dave and Lou Elsey. Symphonies of Shudders, 40 minutes long, an exploration of music and film, focusing on Hammer, its key composers, all that good stuff. Off the Leash, 43 minutes long, a deep dive into Michael Gough's unforgettable work in British horror with film historian Jonathan Rigby. I believe that's the person who played Alfred in the Tim Burton Batman movies, right? Isn't that Michael Gough? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
An archive interview with Roger Corman, I told you, from 1995. I knew he'd pop up. Footage from the 2025 London premiere of the newly restored Curse of Frankenstein. I still need to get that big old deluxe box set from Hammer. I know there's a Warner Archive 4K that's kind of our US equivalent of it, but that box set just looks so damn good. And there's more stuff, 120-page book, all kinds of extra stuff in here. There's AIP and Roger Corman's post-cycle of films starring Vincent Price. This is if you're a big fan of Hammer horror or a big historical fan of horror in general, this box set seems like it's for someone like that. It is very tantalizing. It goes along with all the other kind of like Hammer restoration stuff they've been doing. As a horror person, Dustin, how are you feeling about all this?
I'm slightly torn about this release. I feel like the list of features looks excellent, but I remember when this was announced, I read over the press release multiple times because I kept feeling like I was missing something. Like it almost seems like it's a collection of bonus content, but without a main feature.
That's exactly what I was just thinking myself. I'm guessing the documentary is the main feature, which is 2 hours long, because that's the longest thing in there. Yeah. But even then, that could have been on a bonus disc on any one of their other Hammer releases, and it would have worked fine, as opposed to being in this set. And even all these other things seem like these could have been special features included on these other bigger sets that they're doing, these big old collector sets that they're doing.
Because like
right. I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, because in the booklet it says it features new articles on the making of Cry of the Banshee. So you're giving us articles on the making of a film that's not in the set.
Yeah, and it's like, why did you include this with the release of the Cry of the Banshee or not? What's the deal here?
So yeah, I certainly am a fan of Hammer films, but yeah, it just seems like it's odd. Like it's odd. I feel like there's definitely an audience for it.
Yeah, completionists. If you're a completionist collector out there and you're getting all of these Hammer releases, then this is obviously going to be something you want to get.
Right.
But if you're not, then you're probably not really that interested in it. You're just interested in the movies, which is perfectly understandable. But yeah, I just thought that would be interesting to add because I've been talking about all of these Hammer releases, so I might as well talk about this one as well. But now we move over to the grand finale of it all as we pour closer and closer to the 4-hour mark, with the dreaded 4-hour mark here on Chasing Labels. It is the witching hour, I guess. We are at Arrow. That's right. Arrow Video last Friday had their slate drop, and it was a doozy of a slate. It was a doozy of a slate. So let me go over to where all the details are about these bad boys. Let's see. I have to scroll down. I love how I used to have all of these tabs pulled up right away, but then I realized that my computer can't handle it anymore. So,
Well,
uh,
I found it interesting.
oh
Arrow announced Bullet to the Head.
yes, yeah, it was announced by both Arrow and Imprint at the same time. So everything I just said earlier about the Imprint release, just put it on the Arrow release. And just yeah. But let's see, what are these some of the other ones? So we've got Wake and Fright from 1971, Marlowe from 1969, Bullet in the Head, which we've already talked about. We have Audition, which let's just say, for those of you who know that movie, you know that movie. Mortal Kombat Collection. Now, this is Mortal Kombat and Mortal Kombat 2. The subtitle for this episode of Chasing Labels, or the spy number of Chasing Labels, must be movies from Andrew's childhood and nostalgia tripping, because this is where we are. And then we have a big old Jackie Chan 4K box set called Jackie Chan's Breakout Hits 1994 through 1998. And there's two versions of that. It's the same content, but just one has an Arrow Store exclusive cover art. That's the only real difference. But the Arrow Store exclusive cover art is actually like $40 more. So that's kind of nuts to me. How the cover art makes it more expensive. Okay. But Wake and Fright, let's start there because we hinted at it earlier. Now, you had watched this for the first time.
Yes.
Yeah. Because you have it's the Umbrella release, right?
I watched it from the Draft House Films.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I've had it since, I think it was released in 2013. And I've had it all that time and have never watched it.
Nope, no time like the present, as the saying goes.
Well, that was the good thing about doing this, because I was able to go to my unwatched pile and get a whole bunch of them. See,
nice. Kill two birds with one stone, as the saying goes as well. But what did you think of it? Because I remember I watched it because Umbrella had the big old collector's edition they put out last year. I think it was last year or the year before. And people were raving about that release when it was announced and about the movie in general. So what did you think of the movie?
I deeply admire it and I do really like it, but it's one of those films that it's difficult to say like, oh, I loved it. Like, it's very uncomfortable, very dark. It is actually widely hailed as one of the greatest Australian films ever made. And I find it interesting. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with it, but before, I guess, 2013, it wasn't very well known. I don't know that it had ever been released in the US prior to that period, because I read that they had trouble finding the original elements for the film. So I think it was around 2013 that they were able to find them to put it out. So anyway, so I watched it. It's basically about the story of this school teacher in the outback. He's not really satisfied with his job. He goes on vacation to this mining town, and sort of it very quickly gets welcomed in by the men of the town. He goes to a bar and gets involved in gambling and things like that, and he starts being successful at this gambling, and he starts making money, and he thinks that maybe if he just bets one more time, he'll get enough that he'll be able to quit his job. And well, we know that's not going to happen.
No, never does. Never does.
And where it goes from there, I won't really say, except to say that I guess watching it from a modern point of view. So this is from 1971, but watching it from, a contemporary perspective, you sort of expect it to go in a direction it doesn't quite go. You expect it to be, oh, is this going to be sort of like Wolf Creek or something like that, where it turns into a horror film. And I would say it is a horror film, but in a different way. I'd say maybe it's more of a thriller. And and there's definitely terror in it, but it's more from the human behavior that you're watching with these men of this town. And also, it's almost a battle with himself, the school teacher, as he sort of allows himself to get influenced by the people that he's meeting, doing things that he never would have done. So it sort of like talks about corruptive male relationships and the toxicity of it potentially. And then it basically leaves you really fearful of where it's headed. Like you really think that it can't really head anywhere good. Um, there's the only other thing I'll say, it's tough, it's disturbing. There's If you have issues with animal violence,
Mm.
you do not want to watch this one.
Yeah, I feel you.
That was the one thing that I sort of had a bit of issue with. I mean, it works for the story, but the way that it goes about doing it, I think that it's a little bit exploitative. Afterwards, I researched the making of the film more, and discovered that basically it has to do with hunting kangaroo.
Oh
And
my goodness, I'm reminiscing about the scene you're talking about. Yes.
and so what I found out was that they basically, when they were making the movie, they followed licensed professional hunters on one of their hunts for these kangaroo, but it quickly got out of control, and the filmmakers were, a lot of like the crew was disgusted by it because they were like heavily drinking, and they were just going completely overboard. And so they were able to capture it. And interestingly enough, the director was a vegetarian. But he basically defended his decision of how they went about doing it. So, I was torn about it, because I really, I have problems when it's, real animal violence that's being done for films. So
Yeah, I'm the same way.
yeah. So
Yeah.
that's definitely tough. If you can overlook that section, which runs maybe about 10 minutes, it goes on a little longer. But everything before and after that point is so effective and so well done that, yeah, like I said, if you can overlook that, it's pretty much a great film.
Yeah, I agree with it. Once again, I agree with everything you said, because the movie. It's one of those movies I think you have to watch the experience for yourself. But like you said, there's a lot going on in it, and a lot of like it, the movie setting and the movie's tone are very much in sync with one another. It's set in this like dusty outback, like dirty town setting, that place you really don't want to be in. And the worst case scenario, the worst part about it is that he's stuck there. It's not like he can leave there. He is stuck there due to his own actions, granted, but he's kind of stuck in like the worst place possible. And yeah, it feels so uncomfortable being stuck in a place like that.
I mean,
Uh,
sorry to cut you off.
no,
That's the thing. Like you're fearful of the men that he meets and the people who sort of draw him into their orbit. But and yes, that they're not all like the greatest, but most of what happens is due to his own doing, like ultimately. And I feel like that makes it even more more unsettling to see where his actions take him during the film and how he comes out the other end.
yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. I was just looking at some of um, the special features and comparing it to the Australian release from Umbrella from last year, and it looks like it's a pretty 1-to-1, like special features. Like it, what's on one is on the other for the most part. Like I'm doing just a quick glance here in the moment, and it's got pretty much damn near everything. It's got the it's got the interviews, it's got the commentaries, it's got damn near everything. Um, But if you have the Australian release, you probably don't need to upgrade to this one right away. You're probably more than satisfied with that release. But it's
Was the
got yeah,
was the Umbrella a 4K as well?
yes. Yes, it
Okay.
was. Yes, it was. It looks like there's a couple like there's let's see. I was doing this is this yeah, there's always one or two you miss out on here, but yeah, for the most part it looks like the Arrow release has there's maybe one or two that's missing. And that's just me being general here, looking at like the damn near 4 hour mark of the show. So don't take my word as completely solid rock gold over here. But if you don't have Wake and Fright yet, and you're looking to get a release, perhaps this Arrow release will be for you. I don't have the movie yet, so I may actually get this released if it is indeed that close to the um the release that uh, Umbrella put out. It's got 4K restoration of the film. It's got it's got Dolby Vision. I don't know if this had the Dolby Vision. That's one of those things that which people can give or take Dolby Vision. Some people think it's a scam. Actually, I was reading people on Twitter the other day think it's a scam. But yeah, it looks like they both had Dolby Vision. But let's see what else we can talk about here. I guess we have to go for the elephant in the room. Not really elephant in the room. So bullet in the head. It's going to be all the same special features that everybody's been putting the same special features on their discs for the most part. Whether it is Shout, whether it's Arrow, whether it's Imprint, I think they're all putting out the same special features on their releases because I think it's just all uniform, whatever the licensing deal is across the board. So I think let's talk about Mortal Kombat because that's the one that people are hyped about. Everybody's hyped about this. Mortal Kombat 1995 comes out, the adaptation of the popular Sega Genesis, and I believe it was on Super Nintendo as well, game. Either way, the popular game of the 1990s. I had it on my Sega Genesis. I played it. I went to the theaters in 1995 at the ripe age of, 8 years old to see this movie. I remember my uncle taking me to see this, and I did go 2 years later to see Mortal Kombat Annihilation. So I was there when it all happened. And this movie has been a bit of a fan favorite cult movie. The first one, the second one, not so much. So, did you see this when you were back in '95?
That was the last time I saw it. Yeah, I haven't seen these since the theater. I saw both of them, so I don't have much to say. I'll let you talk about them.
Yeah, so I've seen these periodically over the years. Like I'll rewatch them like once in a while. Like I'm pretty sure I watched them probably a couple of years ago because they've been streaming. I think pretty much since HBO Max became a streaming service like 6 years ago. They've been streaming on there. They were streaming on Netflix for a while too. They've been available on DVD. They've been available on Blu-ray. They were in so many Blu-ray bargain bins over the years. It was getting nauseous because they were just trying to give these away, these Blu-rays. Yet again, I believe this is probably part of the Arrow and Warner Brothers distribution deal because these are Warner Brothers movies. Mortal Kombat's an interesting franchise. Like I said, it started out as a popular video game series in the 90s. They made 2 movies. They made a web series called I think it was Mortal Kombat Legacy. Back when web series were kind of a big thing. I'm thinking like late 2000s, early 2010s. Do you remember that time period where web series were kind of on the rise? Kind of like when YouTube was really on the rise too.
Yeah.
Like everybody was kind of making web series. Some people launched their careers from making web series. Some people got super popular. Sometimes you would see people you would recognize on web series. It's kind of a lost art. Like it's kind of gone away a little bit, I think. I think in the age of social media where people can make, TikToks or Instagram reels or short videos to put on YouTube, it kind of took away web series because people were just like making their own stuff. But there's also been a movie that came out during the pandemic, a big time movie for Mortal Kombat. There's a sequel that's coming out this year for that. So it's been a franchise that's been around. There's been comic books. There've been, like I said, video games. It's been around. But back in '95, a video game adaptation when you were a kid, oh, this was a dream come true. This was a dream come true. But the first movie is actually considered to be one of the better video game adaptations when it comes to movies. And that's a genre that doesn't really have a lot of positives in it. They've never really been able to kind of figure that out. And even to this day, I don't think they've really figured it out. What they've done, which was the smart thing, adapting video games to TV series, that's what's really worked. It's worked with Fallout. It's worked with The Last of Us. Um, I mean, it could have worked with Mortal Kombat if they wanted to do it, but they want to go for the big screen and the big bucks. That's what they really want. But I know this has been a release that people have been anticipating because it was teased a few months ago. Mortal Kombat Annihilation is not very good in any regard. You can tell it has a lower budget, even though the first movie was a success. The second movie, for some reason, got a lower budget, and you can tell even by 90s standards, it's got a lower budget. Not looking too good. So this Mortal Kombat collection with a K, has 2 discs. It is a 4K release. Disc 1 is a 4K restoration of the film from the original camera negative. Brand new commentary by Paul W.S. Anderson, not Paul Thomas Anderson. Paul W.S. Anderson famously made all of the Resident Evil movies except for Resident Evil 3, which was done by Russell Mulcahy from Highlander fame. Just a little trivia there. Paul W.S. Anderson also did the movie Event Horizon, which I think is one of the best sci-fi horror movies. Dustin, how do you feel about Event Horizon? I'm just curious.
Oh, I like it.
I saw that movie at way too young an age, late night on HBO of all places, and have been traumatized ever since. I probably saw it whenever it made its premiere on HBO. So yeah, because that movie came out like 97. I probably saw it at like 11 or 12 years old. It traumatized me, needless to say. But Paul W.S. Anderson did that. Then he pivoted to Resident Evil, and the rest is history because that's kind of what he did the rest of his career. Except for like that one, didn't he do that Three Musketeers 3D movie as well?
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Yes. So we've got some other special features here. There's, like I said, the commentary with him, commentary with comic book expert and podcast host Dave Baxter, Cage Match, a newly filmed interview with actor Lyndon Ashby, Leveling Up, a newly filmed interview with cinematographer John R. Leonetti, Quarters to Millions, a newly filmed interview with producer Lawrence Kasanoff, The Heavyweight, a newly filmed interview with designer and suit performer Tom Woodruff, Mortal Kombat, a journey behind the scenes featurette, on-set interview bites with the cast and crew, or the cast and director, and B-roll footage. Mortal Kombat Annihilation, I hardly knew ye. New 4K restoration. Whatever money they spent to restore this movie, they could have done it on anything else. But alas, we are here. You know what? I have a theory here that Warner Brothers would not license Mortal Kombat without licensing Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Like, you had to take it. You just had to. Like, we'll give it to you, but you got to take this too. It's kind of like, for those of you who call up your cable company and ask for HBO, and they'll just give you like another one for free. Like, they'll give you Stars for free because nobody wants it, or something like that. I feel like that's the case. Or they'll give you Stars for like $5 a month. And you're like, $5, I can do that, whatever. And I feel like that's the case with Mortal Kombat Annihilation, because it is indeed that bad. But once again, when you're 7 years old and you're 10 years old, you don't care if a movie is bad or good. You're just happy to be in the movie theater, eating popcorn and drinking soda. You don't care.
The thing that I remember virtually nothing about Mortal Kombat Annihilation, except that, so I saw it when I guess I was 15 when it came out. And the thing that I always think about with this film is it's the closest I've ever come to walking out of a movie theater.
Even at 15, jeez, you were hyper aware of what was good and what wasn't at the time. I remember the movie. The movie was it was odd to me because you could tell it didn't look like the first movie, and they recast Raiden from Christopher Lambert to James Raymar, and they didn't look or sound exactly the same at all. And for some reason, James Raymar's character had like got rid of the long hair at one point, and he didn't have like electric powers because I don't think they had the budget for the electric powers anymore. I don't know. The making of these movies is probably more fascinating than anything. Um, but yeah, I remember that first movie. Yeah, the first movie was really close to the video game. That's why I think it's so beloved. And like I said, the genre doesn't have a lot of good going for it in general. Um, like I said, 4K restoration from the original camera negative by Arrow Films, approved by the director John R. Leonetti. The fact that they still have the original camera negative for this movie, but we've lost the original camera negative from so many other movies is endlessly fascinating to me. Brand new audio commentary with the director, moderated by filmmaker Julian Wallace Horvat. Brand new commentary with comic book expert and podcast host Dave Baxter. The Queen of the Night, a newly filmed interview with actor Musetta Vander. Techno Taco Orco, a newly filmed interview with composer. The Man of a Thousand Deaths, a newly filmed interview with stunt performer J.J. Perry, who played Cyrax, Scorpion, and Noob Sabat. Okay. On-set interview bites with casting and the director and B-roll footage. There are probably people out there right now who wanted more special features for these, but considering we had like nothing beforehand, getting this is kind of a victory for those who are fans of the Mortal Kombat movies. Yeah, maybe they wanted more from the actors, which I'm surprised some of the actors, aren't talking about it, but a lot of the actors actually they show up to these conventions all the time. So you can probably go there and ask them and get their autograph and take a picture with them or something. But yeah, this is, like I said, this is something deeply nostalgic from my childhood. I have fond memories of going to the movie theaters to see it, watching it, several times over the years. But yeah, that's Mortal Kombat Collection. You got it. If you got the first one, you got to get the second one. I know people are already asking, are they going to release them individually? They know no one's going to buy the second one by itself. So they have to put it in the collection. They got to do it. It's not like the Conan movies. Like the Conan movies, they knew people would buy Conan the Barbarian and Conan the Destroyer. And they knew they could sell them together because people would buy that collection too. Not so much with Mortal Kombat, I guess. But are any of these other ones interesting to you, Dustin? I don't know how you feel about Jackie Chan. I'm just curious.
You know, as far as like all of his films before he came to the US and started making movies, I think I've only seen Rumble in the Bronx.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that in the theater when it came out in, I guess, 95 or 96, something around in there. I mean, the stunt work is incredible.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's what it's about. It's not really about story or character. It's about the stunt work. And
very true.
What he was able to do during that period is,
even to this day, I think he still does his own stunts. He's still doing movies.
yeah.
But yeah, this box set here is an interesting box set. We'll get into it. I won't go through all the special features because each movie has got special features, and there's a ton of movies in this set. But I'll go over what movies are in the set. Jackie Chan's breakout hits 94 to 98. You've got Drunken Master 2. You've got Rumble in the Bronx. You have the Hong Kong cut and the international cut. You got Thunderbolt. You have Police Story 4 First Strike, the Hong Kong cut, and the international cut. So I did get, so similar to Dustin, I've only seen Rumble in the Bronx, and I've only seen Police Story 4 First Strike. Because I've seen the other 3 Police Story movies. I'm like, oh, I get to watch the next one now. But the international cut and the Hong Kong cut are like, there's like 25 minutes of footage that's different. And the international cut even has a whole new score than the Hong Kong cut. And also the international cut, they redubbed the lines of everybody in English, as opposed to the Hong Kong cut, which has everyone speaking the language they're supposed to be speaking. Because this movie is kind of his James Bond film. He's all over the globe. He's in Hong Kong, he's in Russia, he's in the Ukraine, he's in Australia, he's skiing down mountains, he's doing all kinds of stuff in this movie. It's someone compared it to it's him doing Thunderball, because at the end of the movie, and the climax of the movie, not a really big spoiler here, he has a fight underwater, like in the James Bond movie. And I'm like, this is a James Bond movie, clearly. But the languages in all these different places in the world, it's their natural language. Like in Russia, it's Russian. The Ukraine, it's Ukrainian. In Hong Kong, it's Cantonese or Mandarin. And he speaks Cantonese or Mandarin or whatnot. So for the international cut, New Line, who picked up the rights to it, were like, we're gonna cut 25 minutes out of it, and we're gonna redub everybody in English. And we're just gonna call the movie First Strike. We're not gonna call it Police Story 4 because we don't want people who didn't see the other ones to feel like they're gonna miss out. But anywho, that's a little lore behind that. But Mr. Nice Guy, the international cut, and the Hong Kong and the Japanese and Hong Kong cuts of that. Who Am I, the Hong Kong cut, and Who Am I, the international cut. It looks like each of these releases, which cut it is, all come at least with a special feature on there. It looks like the only one that really doesn't is the Mr. Nice Guy international cut. Doesn't have any feature on it at all. So this is a 10-disc 4K set. It's only being released in 4K. There's no Blu-ray equivalent to it. Like I said, there's an Arrow store exclusive with different artwork. That's a little more expensive. But yeah, Jackie Chan is, like I said, he's been doing this stuff since the 70s. And a lot of his early stuff has actually been getting a lot of Blu-ray releases over the last several years, through 88 Films, through Shout Factory's put out, I think, 2 box sets of Jackie Chan films. Criterion, I think they put out an early Jackie Chan set as well, if I recall. So yeah, it's a lot of Jackie Chan to go around over the last few years, but this is a massive set. And this is once again part of the Warner Brothers distribution deal because First Strike has a Blu-ray release from Warner Brothers. Rumble in the Bronx has a Blu-ray release from Warner Brothers, and Drunken Master has a Warner Archive release. Drunken Master 2, sorry. So yeah, I'm assuming it's part of that. The movie Marlowe, I do want to touch on very, very briefly. This is a adaptation of a Raymond Chandler novel called The Little Sister, and in this movie, Philip Marlowe is portrayed by James Garner. And I thought this movie was really good, actually. I really like James Garner. He's got a lot of charisma. He's believable in the role as this detective. It's a neo-noir from the late 1960s. Yeah, it's really good. If you're a fan of the Philip Marlowe character, if you've seen The Big Sleep, if you've seen A Murder My Sweet, if you've seen the one from the 70s done by Robert Altman, is it the last goodbye?
The Long Goodbye.
The Long Goodbye, right? I always get that movie confused with the British gangster film from the 80s with
I know exactly what you're
talking
about.
Why am I blanking now? Oh, it's The Long Good Friday, isn't it?
Oh, yes, that's what
yes. Yeah, the I think directed by David Mackenzie, I think. Something like that. But with Bob Hoskins, he's a gangster. His gangster's mall is Helen Mirren in that film. That movie's got an Arrow release, ironically, and a Criterion release. That was a battle of wills of which one I was going to get. I'm still battling which version of With Nail and I'm going to get. I don't know whether to get the Criterion or the Arrow still to this day. I waver back and forth. But I really liked Marlowe. It's got a new restoration. It's got some special features. Bullet in the Head, like I said, excellent. I'm going to buy this version of Bullet in the Head. It's a 3-disc edition. That's nice. So what else is there that Audition. Now, as a horror fan, have you seen Audition?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. The Takashi Miike film Audition is notorious. What's your history with the movie?
If you're a horror fan, you have to see Audition. Like, it's a quintessential sort of Japanese horror film. And it's the type of film that once you see it, you can't unsee it, and
you don't forget it.
You don't forget it.
You don't forget it. And
And
The
you'll never
reputation,
Piano Wire the same way.
yeah, the reputation of that movie, I think it's not misleading, but all the stuff that people remember of that movie is like the third act.
Right, right.
The first 2/3 of that movie is like a Douglas Sirk melodrama of this guy like trying to like find love and be in a relationship and stuff like that. And then it takes a turn. It takes a turn.
And I love that about it, that
Yeah, same here. Same
yeah,
here.
you could watch it and even if it didn't take that turn, it would still be a pretty good movie. Like
Mm.
because you're involved in the characters, you're involved in what's going on, and then yeah, it takes that turn, and then it just sort of shifts everything and becomes quite horrifying.
Yeah, it really does. And Audition has been available from Arrow on Blu-ray for many, many years. It's been available from several companies over the years as well. And so this is basically their upgrade of it. Yeah, it's been available since 2019 from Arrow. There was an earlier Blu-ray from 2009. I remember seeing that at stores all the time. But this is, like I said, this is I think that they're just porting over all of the special features from their 2019 edition. I think I actually don't have it in my collection, and I think maybe the time. I'm a big fan of Takeshi Miike, and I'm always looking to get more Miike works in my collection. And this may be it. This may be the time.
It
No
does,
time like the present.
just looking through the special features, it does say that there is a at
Other
least
new stuff?
thing there. It says callback a brand new interview with actor Ryo Ishibashi.
Oh no! See, I didn't even look that way because I'm so used to companies not putting new special features when they upgrade to 4K, that I like almost assume that they don't. But I'm actually glad that they do, so that gives people a reason to upgrade as opposed to not. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. There's why am I? I think I skipped it. Oh, there it is. Audition. Almost. Yeah, it's got a brand new 4K restoration from the Super 16 camera negative by Arrow Films themselves. It's approved by the director of photography. It's got a Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the film, so you're gonna see some stuff in 4K and with HDR. So there you go. Newly restored audio. There's an intro by Miike. There's 2 audio commentaries. You're right. There's the callback, a brand new interview with Ryo Ishibashi. That ties that bind an interview with Miike. I'm a big, like I said, I'm a big fan of Miike. I think about his movie 13 Assassins a lot, just a lot. Um, but yeah, so that's good. So we are pretty much we're pretty much wrapping things up right now. That is it from Arrow Video's June releases. Once again, we have Wake and Fright, Marlowe, Bullet in the Head, Audition, Mortal Kombat Collection, and Jackie Chan's breakout hits 1994 through 1998. And I think that is going to be pretty much it for all of the announcements for Chasing Labels Spy number 187, episode number 187. Some quick things here, some quick comments just to check up. Let's see. Acres of Movies, once again, has a lot of comments here. Let's see if we can pick out a couple of. There was one here where they asked, like, which criterion do you wish had better features? That is a loaded question. I think there's a lot that I wish had more features. Specifically, some of their newer releases that I'm like, wow, this is a great movie. I wish it had more features.
I know one.
Oh, good.
I absolutely love the release that they did of Arsenic and Old Lace.
Oh, yeah.
But it kills me that there's almost no features on it.
Yeah. You know what's another one? Charade. Charade. They just announced that they're putting out the 4K, and I was like, maybe we'll get something. No, nothing. Nothing. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it was such just because I love Arsenic and Old Lace, and it was such a disappointment because are you telling me you couldn't find anybody to talk about that movie?
Yeah, like I'll talk about it. I say it all the time. Criterion, call me. I'll talk about it for free. You don't even have to pay me. I'll do it. it would be an honor to do that. But I do feel you. Some of those releases, even some of their earlier DVDs that then went to Blu-ray really didn't get much of an upgrade there. But there's so many that I'm just thinking of off the top of my head. I'm looking around for criterions, but a lot of the more modern ones Let's see. Yeah, I'm just saying. I was just looking through some criterions, but yeah, there's several of them. There's several like what's the one we just talked about, the Ballad of Narayama, but we talked about the one from the 80s. There's the one that Criterion put out, the one from the 60s that has no special features on it. I mean, yeah, there's some that I think there's the Carol Reed film Night Train to Munich, which I don't think has much of a special features package to it whatsoever. I think it's a cheaper Blu-ray. That's another one. You can tell if the ones that were cheaper, they just don't have anything on them. So that's kind of an interesting question. And then there was one here where they asked, like, which movies would you like to be put on the Criterion Collection? To me, there's several movies I would like to be put on the Criterion Collection. Like off the top of my head, I said this before, movies that just don't have Blu-ray releases at all, might as well put them on there. I think the movie The Station Agent, I talk about that movie all the time. The Station Agent with Peter Dinklage, Bobby Cannavale, Patricia Clarkson, Michelle Williams. It's directed by an Academy Award-winning director who directed Spotlight. I'm surprised that it's a Miramax film, so the rights probably with Paramount now, of all people. The movie Four Feathers, the movie that stars Heath Ledger. It's one of his early 2000s movie. I know they have the original Four Feathers on Criterion. Put that out as well. I would love that. It's a Heath Ledger movie that doesn't have a Blu-ray release. Yeah, that's stuff. That's certain ones that always pop in my head that I think of.
Well, you know how, I don't know if you've ever done it, but Criterion has where you can request titles that they put out, and I've done it multiple times where I've requested the 1993 film Ruby in Paradise.
Oh, nice.
I'm not sure if you've ever seen it, but it was Ashley Judd's film debut, and it is a perfect film. Like it is absolutely exquisite. Like it won the grand jury prize at the Sundance Film Festival that year, and it's just a very low key slice of life set in a beach town, and it's just so well done, and I don't think it's ever come out beyond a DVD.
Oh, gee,
so it definitely deserves it.
Ironically, Haunted Sideshow talks Tick Tick Boom, which I believe is the movie with Andrew Garfield from a few years ago, right?
Yes,
I was thinking
Haunted Sideshow is my husband.
Oh, okay then. Well,
Yeah,
thank you for mentioning that. Because they are right. I was thinking of that movie the other day, and I'm like, did that ever get any release at all? And it did not. And I'm still surprised it hasn't gotten a release at all.
Yeah, we talk about that all the time, that we want Tick Tick Boom to come out.
Oh, so that little inside joke there, nice. I do agree with you.
Whatever that I will say is Walking and Talking, the Nicole Hollis Center film from.
Oh yeah.
It has Catherine Keener and Anne Heche and a whole bunch of actors, but again, it's a perfect screenplay. Like it's just so well done, and I just love it so much, and it deserves more attention.
Yeah, there's so many movies that probably still. I remember years ago. I remember that little program that they had, or even, it was even on the old Criterion website. It had a profile where you would make your own profile, and you could put like your favorite Criterion releases, and then you could put movies you want in the Criterion Collection. And I actually put one that they ended up releasing, and it was the oh goodness, why am I forgetting? It's the Mike Leigh film, Secrets and Lies. Secrets and Lies. I wanted that movie so bad because there was an out of print DVD, and it was out of print for years. And I'm like, put Secrets and Lies out. You put out all the other Mike Leigh, because by that point they already had Naked and like Topsy Turvy and all the early one. I can't think of it right now. It's like, it's not The Sweet Life. What's it called?
Life is Sweet.
Life is Sweet. Yeah, they already had put those. I think Life is Sweet had just come out. And I'm like, man, put out Secrets and Lies. It took them a few years, but they put it out. I watched that in college in a film class because my professor was British, so he just kept showing us like British films. Like his favorite director was like it's not a British director, but John Sayles was like his favorite director. That was the first time I ever heard of the movie Lone Star. And then, of course, they ended up putting that out recently, and that screenplay is extraordinary.
Speaking of John Sayles,
Brother from Another Planet.
Oh, well, that would be great too.
Yeah.
I was going to say the movie Limbo from 1999. I love Limbo. And again, that hasn't come out since DVD time. So,
jeez. I feel like we could do this all night. But let's close it out here on Chasing Labels because we're past the 4-hour mark. So thank you, Dustin, for joining me here. For everybody who's been watching, who's been listening, whether it's now or in the future, thank you all for the support. Couple things here. There will be an episode of Chasing Labels next Monday. I don't know how long it will be because I don't know what will be announced between then and now. Probably mostly Vinegar Syndrome and partner label stuff. That's a definite on Wednesday. I can tell you that. You can put in your calendar like clockwork. But thank you, Dustin, once again for joining me.
Thank you. Yeah, this was fun.
Yeah, if you ever want to return in the future, you know that it is a bit of a lengthy show, but we got through it pretty good. So, how do I say this? Oh yeah, the Unwatched Pile. There was a new episode yesterday. Check that out. There's Movies Down Memory Lane. That's always available to watch as well. Movie Mutations is also with several episodes of that are up, and the season finale of that is coming up soon. And yeah, hey, keep on watching those movies because I know I will.
Thank you.